The Committee on Foreign Affairs will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any point, and all members will have 5 days to submit statements, extraneous material, and questions for the record, subject to the length limitation in the rules. To insert something into the record, please have your staff email the previously mentioned address or contact full committee staff. As a reminder to members, please keep your video function on at all times, even when you are not recognized by the chair. Members are responsible for muting and unmuting themselves. And please remember to mute yourself after you finish speaking. Consistent with House rules, staff will only mute members as appropriate when they are not under recognition to eliminate background noise. I see that we have a quorum, and I now recognize myself for opening remarks. Pursuant to a notice, we meet today to hear from Secretary Blinken on the Biden administration's foreign policy priorities. And I want to thank you, Secretary Blinken, for joining us this early in your tenure. I think all of us on the dais and who are here virtually appreciate this opportunity for dialogue. Your testimony today will no doubt expand on this administration's foreign policy strategic priorities as it views of the global landscape and how those views inform its diplomacy forward approach. It's also a chance for you to hear our views and concerns as part of the integral role that this committee plays in supporting successful U.S. diplomacy around the world. And I trust you appreciate that. From renewing American engagement in the world by rejoining the Paris Agreement, the UN Human Rights Council, and the WHO, the Biden administration has made one thing clear: America is once again back at the table. However, we do not return to the world as we last left it, but one where the United States must rebuild its credibility and demonstrate once more our capacity to promote democracy, the rule of law, human rights, global health, and prosperity. It is through these efforts that American leadership is at its finest, and under these principles that we can once again build multilateral coalitions to address our shared global challenges. America must once again demonstrate its willingness and capability to build successful coalitions that champion these fundamental values and thwart global threats. When, at its best, our nation has never shown reluctance to accept the moral obligation and exert U.S. leadership. Not only is that a moral obligation, it is in our own economic and national security interest to do so. Whether it's COVID-19 or the climate crisis, the issues of today show how interconnected we are and how interdependent we are. America alone or America only has not worked. Revitalizing the State Department is not a task for the department alone. Congress must resume our duties to regularly pass authorization legislation for the State Department, equipping it with authorities and flexibilities it needs, and signaling congressional intent and support on a number of State Department priorities. And that's why at the very first opportunity we had in this Congress to advance legislation, the committee once again passed a bipartisan, management-focused State Department authorization bill. But of course, the operations of the department will also be a reflection of its personnel, and personnel is policy. In a recent speech, Mr. Secretary, I'm so pleased to hear you say, quote, "We're operating in a diverse world, and our diversity is a unique source of strength that few countries can match. We don't have a diverse team. It's like if we don't have a diverse team, it's like we're conducting diplomacy with one arm tied behind our back," unquote. As chair of this committee, I've made addressing the lack of diversity at the State Department a central focus of our work. Recent data shows that African Americans constitute only 3.8% of senior executive service members, and only 3.1% are Hispanic. Similarly, our senior foreign service members, only 3% are Black, 5.9% are Hispanic, and 32% are women. So again, to use your words, Mr. Secretary, we are conducting diplomacy with one arm tied behind our back. The GAO's 2020 report on barriers to diversity at the Department of State found that minorities and the department are awarded fewer promotions than their white counterparts, even when accounting for education and years served. And this is throughout every stage of their career. Increasing the pipeline of minorities and women into the department alone, though, is not enough. We must also ensure there is an end to bias in promotions if we are to retain a diverse workforce at the mid and senior levels. These trends may have worsened over the last 4 years, but they did not begin in 2017. In many instances, these figures have either trended downward or stayed relatively unchanged for nearly 3 decades. With this administration's stated priorities to rebuild our depleted State Department and promote diversity, we have the opportunity to work collaboratively in strengthening our diplomatic workforce, both civil and foreign service. But the changes need to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion at the State Department will not be measured only in statistics. It must be marked by a shift in the culture, environment, and attitudes at the department that have perpetuated institutionalized discrimination. Disturbingly, we've heard reports of some State Department employees publicly espousing white nationalist, racist, or anti-Semitic views. While these views don't reflect the vast majority of the dedicated public service servants at the department, but even isolated instances can have a chilling effect on that student of color who's considering a career in diplomacy, or that new colleague who comes from a different ethnic or religious background than their coworkers. So, Mr. Secretary, I look forward to your testimony today, and I know talented colleagues on this committee are eager to engage with you and your department so that we can work collectively in close collaboration to make progress on our shared objectives. I now will recognize my friend and the ranking member of this committee, Representative McCall, for his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Blinken, for joining us today and for your early outreach to me as well. I look forward to working with you over the next 4 years. America's leadership in the world has never been more vital. Let me begin with China. As the pandemic continues to rage, killing millions worldwide, the Chinese Communist Party is using the fear and desperation created by the virus, a virus the CCP's cover-up allowed to spread, to sow chaos and further their own authoritarian agenda. As I've said many times before, the CCP poses a generational threat. As we speak, they are committing genocide against ethnic and religious minorities, aggressively stealing U.S. intellectual property, threatening Taiwan, ratcheting up their military aggression in the region, and preying on nations with their Belt and Road Initiative. We also know the CCP wants to re-engineer the world. Xi promotes his Marxist ideology as a better way than democracy. On the same day, sir, that you gave your speech last week, Xi said the biggest source of chaos in the present-day world is the United States. This is why, and I know you treat them seriously, we cannot treat them as a normal adversary. And I wish you the best of luck in your discussions with them in Alaska, as that was just announced. We are truly in an ideological struggle fighting for democracy against authoritarianism and promoting freedom over oppression. For 40 years, we turned a blind eye to the CCP's nature in the hopes we could bring them into the community of nations. Unfortunately, it just didn't work. And as you said in your speech, quote, China is the only country with the economic, diplomatic, military, and technological power to seriously challenge the stable and open international system. And I agree with you, sir. And I stand ready to work with you and the President to confront them. Let me turn to Russia. I've repeatedly said that Mr. Putin is not our friend. And while the sanctions in response to Navalny's poisoning and wrongful detention were an important step, if this administration really wants to counter the Putin regime's malign influence, it must ensure that Nord Stream 2 pipeline is never completed. And I want to be clear, if we allow this pipeline to be completed, it would be a tremendous victory for Vladimir Putin. Yet the mandatory sanctions passed with bipartisan, bicameral support and the last two national defense authorization bills have not been fully implemented. We are deeply concerned that the administration's strong statements opposing the pipeline are not being matched by equally strong actions. I hope you use the opportunity today to explain these sanctions and why they have not been fully implemented. There are multiple open source reports that work is occurring and detailing your plan to stop the completion of this pipeline. Let me turn from Russia to another adversarial threat, Iran. Under President Trump, the United States applied a maximum pressure campaign against Iran. President Trump's crippling sanctions gave President Biden and gives Biden an opportunity that we cannot afford to squander. Unfortunately, I fear we are headed down a path where that may not happen, so I really want to strongly recommend in the strongest terms to commit that any updated deal with Iran will include no sunset provisions, require anytime, anywhere inspections by the IAEA, including military sites, address Iran's ballistic missile program, require Iran to permanently cease its aggression in the region and to stop providing support to terrorist entities, and finally, demand Iran's release of all of our hostages. Above all, I want to encourage you to make sure that the deal has the buy-in of the American people this time around. And that means I believe it should be approved by the United States Senate as a treaty. As we speak, there are reports of violence against civilians in the Tigray region of Ethiopia and in Burma. And while we face yet another border crisis, criminal groups continue to transport illegal drugs into the United States, while socialist dictators destabilize our own hemisphere here. We are 10 years into a civil war in Syria with no clear end in sight, and the Taliban is killing innocent civilians and Afghan security forces at unprecedented levels. All this while COVID continues to cause further instability in fragile nations, creating opportunities for terrorist organizations and other malign entities. You certainly have many challenges that we face, but we face them together as a nation, as Republicans and Democrats, and I look forward to working with you, and thank you for being here today, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. I now have the honor of introducing the 71st Secretary of State, the Honorable Anthony J. Blinken. Let me just say before I introduce him, we have a vote on, so after my introduction, I'm going to ask Congressman Malinowski to chair the meeting so I can run to vote. There's a very significant, important vote that's on the floor to benefit the American people, and I want to make sure that I get my vote in. But because of time, I want to make sure that we take all the time that we can, that we have you available, Mr. Secretary, so that as many members have the opportunity to ask you questions. And that's the reason why we're not going to break, and I wanted to make sure I gavelled in this committee, even though I've read your testimony, but I would have loved to hear all of it myself, but I'm going to make that vote. So, the Honorable Anthony J. Blinken currently serves as the nation's 71st Secretary of State. He served as Deputy Secretary of State, Deputy National Security Advisor to the President, and National Security Advisor to the Vice President during the Obama administration. Previously, he also served in government at the State Department and the National Security Council during the Clinton administration, and as the Democratic Staff Director of the other body on the other side of the alley, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Mr. Secretary, you now have time to deliver your opening remarks. And without objection, your prepared written statement will be made as part of the record.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member McCall, thank you so much for your warm welcome. It's very, very good to be back before this committee, to be back in this room, and I really do appreciate the opportunity to talk today about the foreign policy goals and priorities of the Biden-Harris administration and some of the early work that we've done to try to achieve them. As I've said before, I am committed to working with Congress on the takeoff and not just the landing. I hope the administration's recommitment to working with you will usher in a new era of trust, cooperation, understanding between the executive and legislative branches. And I come to this because I work for a president who believes deeply in it, and having had the experience of working in that lesser body down the street on the Foreign Relations Committee, it's something that I feel personally myself. The Biden-Harris administration has set out foreign policy priorities by asking a simple question, and it's one that motivates us every single day. What will this policy mean for American workers and American families? And with that in mind, we set out the following priorities: stopping COVID-19 and strengthening global health security, so a crisis like this never happens again; building a more stable and inclusive global economy that delivers security and opportunity for as many Americans as possible; renewing democracy at home and abroad, because strong democracies are more stable, more open, more committed to human rights, less prone to conflict, and a more dependable market for our goods and services; working to create a humane and effective immigration system, because strong borders are fundamental to our national security, and welcoming immigrants is core to our national identity; revitalizing our ties with allies and partners, because these relationships really are force multipliers and a unique asset for the United States; tackling the climate crisis and driving a green energy revolution, because effectively dealing with climate change is essential to the health of our people, our economy, our security, and our planet; securing our leadership in technology, because it's critical to thriving in the global economy, and because we need to strengthen our defenses against bad actors; and managing our relationship with China, the biggest geopolitical test of the 21st century. With those priorities in mind, here are some of the actions we've taken in the first 50 days of this administration. On COVID-19, we re-engaged the World Health Organization and contributed an initial $2 billion to COVAX, the Global Vaccination Initiative. On climate, we rejoined the Paris Agreement and announced a Climate Leaders Summit, which will be held on Earth Day, April 22nd. On our allies and partners, we held the first ministerial meeting of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue between us, Japan, Australia, and India, and we will hold a leader-level summit this week on Friday. We halted any planned troop withdrawals from Germany, pending a global posture review led by the Pentagon, and I took my first virtual trip as Secretary to Canada and to Mexico, and next week, Secretary Austin and I will travel to Japan and to South Korea. On immigration, we overturned the discriminatory Muslim and African travel bans. We rescinded the zero-tolerance executive order on migrant family separation, and we sent the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021 to the Hill to modernize our immigration system. On refugees and asylum policies, we rescinded harmful executive orders on refugee resettlement and announced a new refugee admissions target of 125,000 people for fiscal year 2022. We suspended the asylum cooperative agreements with the governments of El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. We reinstated deferred enforcement departure to Liberians and granted temporary protected status to Venezuelans already in the United States. On democracy and human rights, we joined the UN Human Rights Council as an observer. We put into effect the presidential proclamation that U.S. diplomacy protect the human rights of LGBTQI people worldwide. We released the Khashoggi report and announced the Khashoggi ban to stop people who engaged in serious extraterritorial counter-dissident activities on behalf of a foreign government from entering our country. We imposed Russia sanctions on Alexei Navalny's poisoning and detention, and we imposed sanctions in response to the military coup in Burma. On public health, we rescinded the Mexico City policy prioritizing sexual and reproductive health, including funding for the UN Population Fund. On non-proliferation, we extended the New START treaty with Russia for 5 years and relaunched diplomacy with our closest European allies to bring Iran back into compliance with the JCPOA. On conflict diplomacy, we suspended the sale of offensive weapons to Saudi Arabia and named a special envoy to lead diplomatic efforts to end the war in Yemen. We revoked designations of Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization to enable urgent assistance to the world's most challenged people when it comes to the humanitarian crisis they're facing. And we boosted diplomatic efforts in Afghanistan ahead of the May 1st deadline. And on strengthening the State Department, we've invested in diversity and inclusion to have a diplomatic workforce that reflects the diversity of our country. We're focused on accountability and transparency, and we will modernize and rebuild so our team around the world has the tools and the support they need to get the job done. So as you can see, many of these steps map directly onto our core priorities. We can draw a line from each one of them and draw a line further to the security, prosperity, and well-being of our fellow citizens. The President has made it clear that we will lead with diplomacy because it's the best way to deal with today's challenges. Above all, we're determined to hold ourselves accountable to a single overarching measure of success. Are we delivering results for the American people? That's our mission. It's our opportunity. We'll try to do our best to make the most of it. Thank you very much. Very glad to be here, and I look forward to getting your questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. It is wonderful and refreshing to have you here before us today. I will now recognize members for 5 minutes each, and pursuant to House rules, all time yielded is for the purpose of questioning our witnesses. I'll recognize members by committee seniority, alternating between Democrats and Republicans. If you miss your turn, please let our staff know and we'll come back to you. If you seek recognition, you must unmute your microphone and address the chair verbally and identify yourself so that we know who is speaking. I'll start by recognizing Representative Sherman of California.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, welcome back. It's almost 5 years since you were here before. I hope you come back soon, hopefully in a matter of weeks, so that all members of this committee will have a chance to have 5 minutes with you. I know that you have a hard stop that may prevent some of our colleagues from being able to address questions. I've got a lot of comments to make that I hope your staff or you can respond to for the record, and then, to shock my colleagues, I'll actually have a real question. Thank you for focusing on the worldwide effects of COVID. You should know that a number of the research projects designed to speed the production of vaccine or conserve it so that less can be used for each inoculation, a lot of that research isn't being done by people who say, well, it won't give us any results till May, and by then Americans will all be vaccinated. I hope that your department would push for those studies that will help the entire world get out of this pandemic. The Russian state has not been effectively sanctioned for its interference in our elections, the mass hack, and working with the Taliban to kill our troops. One way that you can do that the last administration actually did to a tiny and very flawed way, is to use the chemical weapons statute to prevent Americans from investing in debt issued by the Russian government or its state-owned companies. That should increase their cost of borrowing by about half a point. That would be a real sanction, and certainly they've earned it. I hope you'll do what you can to turn down the temperature in the South China Sea. We don't need our naval vessels always 13 miles off the Chinese coast. I don't want to see their vessels 13 miles off the Los Angeles coast. I want to applaud the Biden administration for the paper you issued on refugees, especially the fact that it includes the Lautenberg Amendment, which is so important for Christians, Jews, and Baha'is from Iran to at least demonstrate what we already know, and that is that they face incredible persecution by the Iranian government. As co-chair of the India Caucus, and I'm sure joined by my co-chair, Mr. Shabbat, I'm pleased that President Biden will be participating in the Quad Summit just this Friday with the heads of state of India, Australia, and Japan. I hope that you'll work to free all the captives from the recent Armenia-Azerbaijan war, and I hope that your staff would clarify comments made by our ambassador in Baku that seem to applaud the success of the Azeri military aggression. I hope you'll work to cajole Turkey back to some semblance of democracy and a freeing of political prisoners, that you'll look at the disappearances and extrajudicial killings in Pakistan, particularly Sindh, and even before we've been able to rejoin the Human Rights Council, I've got to applaud you for appearing before that council and talking about the lack of accountability for past atrocities in Sri Lanka. I hope that you'll seek whatever congressional change you need, and I don't think you need one, to reprogram the $134 million that we appropriated to the government of Burma, Myanmar. Clearly, that needs to be changed, especially not just for democracy, but for the Rohingya. Now, believe it or not, a question. We're not in compliance with the JCPOA. Iran isn't in compliance with the JCPOA. The Iranian position is that we should make concessions to them just to get a meeting. It's my understanding that our position is that we should come into compliance only as they or after they come into compliance with the nuclear safeguards. Can you assure us that we're not going to make concessions just to get a meeting?
I can.
That's a very good answer.
And
And do we expect that before we give them sanctions relief, that they will verifiably either be in full compliance with the JCPOA or be on a negotiated path toward full compliance?
yes.
Those are such spectacular answers, I'm going to shock my colleagues and yield 14 seconds back to the chair.
And can I say as well, Mr. Chairman, that I would like to make my best efforts to make sure that everyone who would like to ask a question or make a comment have a chance to do so. So I'll stay as long as we can get through at least the first round of questions.
Thank you for that. That's been a question. Thank you for that, Mr. Secretary. I now yield 5 minutes to the ranking member, Mr. McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, we have limited time. I'm just going to get right into it. I want to start with the crisis at the border. Recently, the Biden administration canceled asylum cooperation agreements and remain in Mexico. Since that time, we've seen a massive surge of migrants crossing and causing a crisis at our southern border. Why did the president rescind these agreements that were supported by our neighbors to the south?
Thank you. As a general matter, I really want to defer to my colleague, Ali Mayorkas at DHS to deal with questions on immigration. I would just say with regard to those agreements, only one of them was actually in effect with Guatemala. You're correct that all three were rescinded. But the president is determined that we have a safe, orderly, and humane border. There's a lot of work that goes into making it such. It's going to take time to do that, and we very much look forward to working with Congress to try to achieve that, to have a rational asylum process, to have a refugee program that works once again to the best traditions of our country, and to make sure, again, that the border is safe, it is orderly, but it is also humane. But as I said, this takes time to do. In the meantime, we've also been very clear in saying to people, do not come to the United States now. Do not attempt irregular migration. You will not.
Well, that in my time is, I'll question the Secretary of Homeland Security next week, but the messaging has been a little mixed, and I think it appears to be, we're open. And I live in a border state. I was a federal prosecutor. When you send that message down there, they're going to come, and they are coming, and it has created a humanitarian crisis down there. We have so many children that we cannot even detain right now. So let me move on to Nord Stream 2. I recently sent you a letter requesting additional sanctions on the 15 entities reportedly working on Nord Stream 2 pipeline. As you know, these sanctions are mandatory. So my question is, and they're about 90% ready to complete this project, will you commit to submitting new sanctions on these 15 additional entities as soon as possible?
So on Nord Stream 2, a couple of things at the outset, just to be very, very clear. President Biden thinks it's a bad idea. He said so repeatedly. I share his view. It violates the European Union's own energy security principles. It jeopardizes the economic and strategic situation for Ukraine, for Poland as well. And so he opposes it. We oppose it. We'll continue to do so. I've been on the job, I think, 5 weeks. The pipeline is 95% complete. Construction started in 2018, so I wish we didn't find ourselves in the situation with a pipeline that's virtually complete.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think sanctioning these 15 entities would be great. On Iran, I think negotiations are always best from a position of strength. You know that as a diplomat. President Trump imposed a maximum pressure campaign that I believe gives us leverage as you go into these discussions. Sir, will you commit to me and to this committee that you will formally consult with us before lifting any sanctions on Iran?
Yeah, we're determined to consult on the takeoff, not on the landing, across the board. But yes, particularly when it comes to Iran, if there is any movement on this, and thus far there hasn't been, yes, we will do so. And by the way, not just Congress is the first stop, but also allies, partners, including allies and partners in the region who have their own concerns and own interests at stake.
Well, I think you have the leverage, and I wouldn't let up on it. I don't trust the Ayatollah. I don't know how you can possibly negotiate with the Ayatollah. I commend you for trying to, as we also try to negotiate with the Taliban. I think these are two most difficult organizations to negotiate with, and so I wish you the best, on that effort. It's a big challenge, as you know. On China, you've testified yourself that genocide is occurring in China, and I agree with you, and so does Congress, and so did the previous administration. We labeled it genocide. We put sanctions on individuals and entities responsible for these crimes against humanity. What additional steps are you prepared to take to stop this genocide?
A number of things, and I share that view. I share the deep concern about it. I think there are a number of things that we can do, should do, and will do. First of all, it's important to speak up and speak out, and to make sure that other countries are doing the same thing. The more China hears not just our opprobrium, but a chorus of opprobrium from around the world, the better the chance that we'll get some changes. We have a number of steps that we have taken or can take going forward to include, for those directly responsible for acts of genocide, gross human rights violations, sanctions, visa restrictions, et cetera. I think it would be very important if China claims that there is nothing going on, that it give access to the international community, to the United Nations. If they have nothing to hide, show it to us, show the world. And so we'll be calling for that. And then I think there are a series of practical things that are very, very important. For example, we should make sure that we are not exporting, and others are not exporting to China, any products that can be used for the repression of their people and their minorities. Similarly, we shouldn't be bringing into this country products that are created by forced labor, including from Xinjiang. So those are some of the practical things that we can and should do, but for sure we're going to start by speaking out forcefully on this.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Speaking of China, I was just running around, and I just understand there was some breaking news that you and the National Security Advisor will be conducting an in-person meeting with the Chinese interlocutors next week in Anchorage. I welcome the news of that engagement. Can you tell us what you expect to be the agenda for those meetings and what you hope to have as outcomes of your engagement with the Chinese?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, I'm heading off with Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin to visit two of our most important allies, Japan and South Korea. We leave on Sunday, and we'll spend the balance of the week there. On the way back, I'm stopping off in Alaska. The National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, will come out there as well, and we plan to meet with Director Yang Jiechi and State Councilor Wang Yi from China following that trip. It's pretty simple. This is an important opportunity for us to lay out in very frank terms the many concerns that we have with Beijing's actions and behavior that are challenging the security, the prosperity, and the values of the United States and our partners and allies. So we intend to raise, and we will raise, the host of issues, some of which have already been touched on today, that concern us. We'll also explore whether there are avenues for cooperation, and we'll talk about the competition that we have in China, with China, to make sure that the United States has a level playing field and that our companies and workers benefit from that. This is not a strategic dialogue. There's no intent at this point for a series of follow-on engagements. Those engagements, if they are to follow, really have to be based on the proposition that we're seeing tangible progress and tangible outcomes on the issues of concern to us with China. But this is an opportunity for us to put on the table
Thank you for that.
concerns we have and to hear theirs.
Let me just ask you another quick question, limited time. You heard my opening statement, and I'm very concerned about diversity at the State Department. So I don't know whether you've done a review yet or not, but I'd like to ask you, what do you attribute to the disparity in promotions for racial and ethnic minorities? And beyond the establishment of a chief diversity officer, what do you plan on doing to address what many may call systemic discrimination at the State Department?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I share that concern, and I've said this on several occasions. I will consider it a mark of my success or not during my tenure as Secretary, whether we've been able to put in place a much more sustainable foundation for advancing true diversity at the State Department to make sure that we have a foreign service and foreign policy workforce that looks like the country that it represents. And so, to your point, we will be appointing very soon the first Chief Diversity Officer and Inclusion Officer at the Department. That person will report directly to the Secretary of State. But beyond that, there is a significant, sustained effort that has to take place, not just on recruitment, although that's vitally important, but also on retention to make sure that once people come through the doors at C Street and are working there, they feel welcome, they feel included, they're contributing, because if they don't, they won't stay. And there has to be accountability, starting with the Secretary of State. And so we're going to have transparency in what we're doing, including making available to Congress the different numbers and assessments of our efforts. One other quick thing on this. As you know very well, this effort has to start well before anyone gets through the doors at C Street. We have to be able to have in the pipeline that leads to people taking careers in foreign policy and national security at the State Department, we have to be able to open people's imaginations and open their minds to the prospect that this would be a wonderful thing to do and a wonderful pursuit to which to dedicate their lives. And that means engaging in high schools, in colleges, across the board. I think you're going to see the State Department at all levels spending time in our own country to open people's minds to that prospect, and then finding ways to support them as they choose to make a career.
Let me thank you for that. And I'm also trying to make sure, I'm delighted to have you in. And as you may know, there's been some in the past, and I don't want to focus on the past. We've got an oversight responsibility here on this committee. And to do that correctly, we need to have a constructive relationship with the department as Congress fulfills its constitutionally mandated oversight. So my quick question is, will you commit to have your staff begin those negotiations about document production to make sure that Congress has the information it needs to help restore American diplomacy?
Yes.
Thank you. And lastly, let me just ask you a quick question in regards to Afghanistan, because we know that ending the war in Afghanistan responsibly remains a key priority for many members of Congress and our constituents. So can you quickly explain to us the updated proposal and any feedback you have received from the Afghan government and the Taliban on this proposal?
The President's goal is very, very clear. It's to end the conflict, it's to bring our troops home, and it's to ensure that Afghanistan does not become a haven for terrorism and an ongoing threat to the United States. We're engaged in a diplomatic effort right now to try to drive the two parties to negotiate and to move forward on commitments that the Taliban made to the United States a year ago to negotiate meaningfully on a peaceful future for Afghanistan. Not only are we doing that, as important, we're enlisting other countries, the United Nations in that effort. Many of Afghanistan's neighbors have a real stake in its future and influence with the parties. So that diplomatic effort is ongoing. Meanwhile, we're reviewing our own troop posture, including the May 1st deadline. We haven't made any decisions yet about that, and we want to see where this effort goes to actually get the parties to engage in a meaningful way. The Taliban made other commitments when it comes to reducing violence, when it comes to not harboring or supporting terrorists. We want to see them make good on those obligations.
Thank you for that. My time has expired. And let me just say, I gave Mr. McCall and myself a little extra time, but for the rest of the members, I want you to know I'm going to be very strict on the 5-minute rule. The Secretary has graciously enough said he will stay as long as we can. So I would just ask you to, whatever you have, questions and answers within 5 minutes so that we can get as many members, if not every member, an opportunity to ask a question. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey and the ranking member on the Subcommittee of Africa, Global Health and Global Rights, Global Human Rights, Representative Chris Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. For the past 40 years as a member of Congress, I've been deeply concerned about Chinese Communist Party's pervasive human rights abuses. In addition to several fact-finding trips to China, including to a concentration camp, I've chaired over 75 congressional hearings focused exclusively on CCP human rights violations, including pervasive religious freedom, persecution, torture, gulag labor, forced abortion, organ harvesting, democracy suppression, online censorship, the jailing of journalists and bloggers, and now genocide. Your predecessor, Secretary Pompeo, concluded that the persecution of the Uyghurs by Xi Jinping constituted a genocide, and there's no worse crime on the face of the earth. Last month at a town hall meeting, however, Anderson Cooper asked President Biden about China's treatment of the Uyghurs. The president gave a troubling response and said, quote, "Culturally, there are different norms that each country are expected to follow," close quote. An answer that was eerily reminiscent of President Obama's cultural norms defense of Chinese President Hu Jintao, which was roundly criticized by human rights defenders everywhere, including a January 19, 2011 editorial by the Washington Post called "President Obama Makes Hu Jintao Look Good on Rights." You did say again today, and you said in your Senate testimony, how you believe China was committing genocide, and Ned Price at State was asked whether or not it was ongoing, and I do believe you think it's ongoing, and I hope you would comment on that, and that you would, and whether or not a real cost for these crimes, these horrific crimes, would be imposed. Will you retain the entities list, for example? We have legislation that's pending that would make it a presumption against any product coming out of Xinjiang that it shouldn't come here because we can't determine whether or not its origin was by forced labor. In like manner, as the author of the House-passed Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act, will you impose a serious cost on Xi Jinping and others for destroying Hong Kong's democracy, jailing great leaders like Joshua Wong, and conducting farcical show trials against some of the greatest human rights defenders on earth, like Martin Lee? Finally, Mr. Secretary, in 1984, I offered the first of several amendments that I've offered over many decades to condition population control funds away from organizations that support or co-manage coercive population programs. Now, as you have said today, and as we know from the executive order by the President, there was an order designed to resume foreign aid to organizations like the UN Population Fund that have been found repeatedly to be in violation of Kemp Caston's non-coercion policy. I'm especially concerned that as a senator, President Biden voted against a resolution in September of 2000, simply criticizing China's barbaric one-child-per-couple policy. And as vice president, he told students in China in 2011, and I went over to the floor and gave a speech on this, that he was empathetic and fully understood and wouldn't be second-guessing that cruel policy that crushes women. Also, because of China's limitation policy, tens of millions of girls are missing, dead, the girl child, simply because of being a girl, a female, because of sex selection abortion. I would hope we would stand with the oppressed. I have had hearings here with women, then I'll go to your answer, who have been forcibly aborted, got here through asylum, and they tell their stories. It's unbelievable how horrible, and that legacy, that trauma carries through in their lives for the rest of their lives. We should be standing with the oppressed against the oppressor. Yield.
Thank you, and I appreciate everything you've said. We are determined to put human rights and democracy back at the center of our foreign policy, to make sure that, as well, we have the tools that we need to be most effective in advancing human rights and democracy. One of the things I'm grateful for are some of the tools that Congress has given us to do that, including, for example, Global Magnitsky, which has been usually helpful in these efforts. But other authorities, sanctions authorities, and so on, to penalize those directly responsible for committing human rights abuses and other atrocities. As I was saying earlier, I think we have to start from the proposition that the most important first step is for us to speak up and speak out. And we are, and we will. And we also want to make sure that we're building coalitions of like-minded countries who share these deep concerns about human rights abuses in China, or for that matter, anywhere else. But then, to your point, to actually take action and apply the tools that we have to see if we can make a meaningful difference. We're
The
committed
gentleman's time has
and to
expired.
working with you to find ways to do it more effectively.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the Chair of the Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere Civilian Security, Migration, and International Economic Policy, Representative Albio Series of New Jersey, for 5 minutes.
Secretary Blinken, thank you for testifying today, and congratulations. As chairman of the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee, I look forward to working with you and your staff to deepen United States engagement in Latin America and the Caribbean. As you know, U.S. policy towards Cuba is deeply personal to me. I have firsthand experience of what it is to live under the Castro dictatorship. I came to this country when I was 11 years old. I still have memories of the military coming through, searching my house, accusing my father of hoarding merchandise. I have all these memories, and I have made it my priority when I came to Congress to promote democracy and human rights all over. But I've been encouraged by the statement that President Biden and the White House officials have made regarding the need to put democracy and human rights at the center of our policy towards Cuba. And as Secretary, I was wondering what steps could you take to promote political rights, civil liberties, and end its attacks on human rights defenders in Cuba?
I think across the board, we share the same goals when it comes to Cuba, and that is democracy and freedom for its people. I have particular respect for the views and the experiences of our fellow citizens who are Cuban American, because you not only know it, you've lived it, or your families have lived it. So this is something that resonates with me. We're looking at the entire policy right now, and we haven't come to any conclusions. I think knowing what the goals are, freedom and democracy of the people of Cuba, I think we also start with the recognition that obviously no policy in the past of whatever stripe has fully succeeded in achieving that. So we're going to be reviewing the policy. We want to do it in close consultation with Congress, and particularly with members who know these issues so well. As you've seen, there have been no early policy changes, and certainly we are not going to make any changes without fully consulting. So I look forward to the opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You know, on January 1st, Congresswoman Norma Torres and I sent a letter to President Biden to prioritize the corruption and the protection of human rights, especially in Central America. I assume that we are also applying the same democracy and human rights to the region in Central America.
Yes, very much so.
Venezuela, as obviously is going to come up. I had a hearing on Venezuela the other day. I was very happy to see that the president designated the PTS to the Venezuelans, about 320,000 of them here in this country. I think that's the right step. They have suffered greatly. My concern with Venezuela is Russia seems to be more and more engaged with Venezuela. And I think they're trying to, well, I don't think, I know they're trying to destabilize the region. I spoke to the ambassador of Colombia. In 2019, Russia had 6,000 people go through Colombia, and they expelled 3 Russians. Now, for Russia, Colombia is not exactly a beach destination. So my concern is that they're using Venezuela to destabilize Colombia, to get involved in other elections in South America, and I would hope that the administration would focus on Russia's efforts to try to destabilize our neighbors in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, I share that concern, and we see that in Venezuela. We've seen, I think, a resurgence of Russian presence and activity in Cuba the last few years, and we're very attentive to that across the board. To the point you made a minute ago, too, I should just come back to it to say I think your emphasis on both spotlighting and combating corruption is absolutely essential, and this is something we're going to dedicate both more focus, more time, and more resources to, because we see it as both, unfortunately, prevalent in so many places, but also a little bit of an Achilles heel when we can put the spotlight on it, because when people see the corruption of their leaders, that's a good way to undermine support for said leaders.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation, Representative Steve Shabbat from Ohio, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you touched on the border with Mr. McCall, but it's such an important issue that I'd like to follow up on it. Now, obviously, border security is principally within the purview of the Department of Homeland Security, but there's clearly a foreign affairs aspect to the relationship between the United States and Mexico and the United States and Central America, and you're here. And what's happening now at our southern border is, in my view, a national disgrace. Now, it's always made sense to me that one answer to stemming the tide of the mass humanity fleeing places like Honduras and Guatemala and El Salvador and Mexico is to help those countries improve the conditions there that cause the people to want to leave their own country in the first place. Fight the drug gangs that control neighborhoods and prey on people and target their children. Improve economic conditions. Reduce rampant governmental corruption. You and I probably agree on those things, and I note by the nodding of your head that we do. But this administration, unfortunately, policies toward our southern border since taking office a mere 7 weeks ago has, in my view, been feckless, incompetent. The Biden administration has a real mess on its hands, and it's a mess of its own making. This administration has essentially signaled to the world, come on in, our border's open, you can stay, and they're coming. Unaccompanied minors, way up. Single males, way up, many with COVID, and it's getting worse. Former detention centers are now called reception centers. The previous administration was criticized for allegedly holding kids in cages. Those photos, of course, turned out to be photos that had been taken during the Obama-Biden administration. But I'd argue the administration that you're part of is doing worse. Now, the previous administration, as Mr. McCall had mentioned, had skillfully reached agreements with Mexico and other countries to keep their migrants there, not here, pending the resolution of their immigration matters. As a result, illegal immigration into this country and the accompanying stress on the American taxpayers had much improved. Now, rather than requiring people to remain outside the U.S. while waiting for their immigration hearings, this administration has brought back catch and release. You're letting people into the U.S. and wait here for their hearings, even though you know that the vast majority of them are going to disappear into the interior of the U.S. and never show up for their hearings. This border crisis is real, and it's getting worse. Don't the American people deserve better than this?
So I would disagree with some of the factual predicates of your statement, but having said that, a couple of things. You're right, of course, that this is also a foreign policy challenge for the United States. Could not agree more. And in the early going, we've had intensive engagement with all of the countries in the Northern Triangle. I've spoken to all of my counterparts, and of course with Mexico, where President Biden has had a virtual visit, a virtual summit meeting with President López Obrador. We had a similar engagement with my counterpart and other members of the government. We're working very closely with Mexico on what is a common challenge, including securing its own southern border, working to give people incentives also to stay in place and not come to the United States. To your point as well, where we very much agree, and I'd welcome an opportunity to work with you and other members of the committee, we have to deal with the drivers of migration, to your point. And I think there is real opportunity there to do that. When President Biden was vice president, as you may remember, he led an effort, very successful effort, a bipartisan effort with Congress to secure significantly more resources to help Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador deal with some of these drivers, whether it came to security, whether it came to corruption, whether it came to economic opportunity. And we did this in a way that was simply not simply throwing money at the problem, but demanding concrete reforms from these countries that actually materially improved the situation for people there and took away some of the incentives for them to come to the United States. We now have a proposal with additional resources over 4 years to do that, and to do that in a, I think, potentially effective way, so that we can take some of those drivers away. So I'd really welcome an opportunity to talk to you about that, to work on that, and hopefully get support from Congress.
Thank you. I'm almost out of time, but I look forward to working with you. Been a longtime member of this committee, and there's a lot of things we can work together on. Look forward to doing that.
Appreciate
and,
that.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now acknowledge President of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Representative Jerry Connolly of Virginia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for that title. It's so nice to welcome you here, Secretary Blinken. Let me just clear one thing up, though. In your very courteous answer to my good friend from Ohio, surely the absence of your contradicting the idea that there's a crisis in the border should not be construed as your consenting to the fact that there's a crisis at the border. Is there a crisis at the border?
We have at the border a lot of work to do to make sure that it is safe, orderly, and humane. We're engaged in doing that work.
But, Mr. Secretary, the clear narrative that my friends on the other side of the aisle are trying to create is that only since President Biden took office has a crisis occurred on the border because of, I don't know, squishiness or unwillingness to really deal with the real problem. And I'm giving you the opportunity to clarify your thinking on that.
Well,
I, for one, don't acknowledge that suddenly a crisis materialized overnight on January 20th or 21st, but you're the Secretary of State.
I share that view, and as a diplomat, as I said to our colleague, I disagreed with some of the factual predicates of his question. And what I'm focused on is trying to make sure that from my vantage point and from the responsibilities I have, we are working as effectively as we can with Mexico, with the countries of the Northern Triangle, to deal with this problem together. Because if we don't, we won't.
Right. And it's one thing to acknowledge there are problems. There have been problems for a long time at the border. It's quite another to manufacture a crisis for political partisan gain. Not that my friend would ever do that, but some might. Let me ask you, in the limited time I have wearing that NATO hat, you know, in talking to NATO allies from 30 countries and as well as associated countries, at least at the parliamentary level, frankly, enormous relief that there's a new administration in town that recognizes the importance of the transatlantic alliance. And certainly the President, as well as you in your nomination hearing, have acknowledged that. Two things. How concretely can we move to try to reassure allies that we value the alliance and will absolutely commit to it? And secondly, what do we do about democratic resilience within the alliance? Mm-hmm. We see backsliding, and there are a number of us who believe that we actually have to have structures within NATO that advocate for those shared values we call democracy. Mr. Secretary.
I very much share that view, and we have in President Biden, as you know, someone who believes strongly in NATO, in the alliance, the most successful alliance in history, and something that he sees as the glue that joins us to Europe. And so this is something, as you know, he spent a lot of time on himself in the past, and he is doing so now as well. I've been working the phones in the absence of being able to travel, although that's about to change. And I've engaged with virtually all of our NATO partners, or certainly many of them, and have heard the same thing that you're hearing, a thirst, a desire for the United States to be re-engaged, and we are. I think you're exactly right, though, that we're seeing, unfortunately, more than unfortunately, tragically in some cases, democratic backsliding, not just in Europe, but indeed in many places around the world. Freedom House put out its annual report that continues to show that we're now on basically a 15-year democratic recession around the world. And the President believes very, very strongly that, one, we have to make sure that we're getting our own democratic house in order if we're going to lead by the power of our example. But two, we need to work with other democratic countries to strengthen their resilience. One thing that we're going to do, the President has talked about this, and we're working through it now. We will convene a summit of democracies, probably toward the end of the year, to bring together the democratic community, to look both at the challenges that we're each facing at home, and to see if we can learn some lessons from each other, because even though they're distinct and different, there are some common denominators. But second, to look at what the democratic agenda should be from challenges coming from the outside, and how we can work more effectively together to ward them off. But I would just say one thing in addition to this, because I really think it's important for a common responsibility for all of us. When we see democracy being challenged by China or by Russia, one of the things that they're trying to do constantly is not just to divide us from other democracies, but of course to divide us from ourselves, and in particular to try to make the case that the system that we all believe in and are dedicating our lives to professionally doesn't work, and that their systems are better.
The gentleman's time has
If we can
expired.
demonstrate together that democracy actually delivers for our people and for other democracies, that is the single best answer and response to this effort by autocratic countries around the world to try to make the case that democracy doesn't deliver and autocracy does. So I hope we can work on that together, because that's the path to success.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism, Representative Joe Wilson of South Carolina, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here today. The International Criminal Court has taken actions leading to the unjustified prosecution of American and Israeli nationals despite neither country being a member of the court. Most recently, the ICC issued a ruling that had jurisdiction to try Israelis for alleged war crimes in Palestine. I appreciate your statement opposing the recent moves by the ICC. What are the steps the State Department are taking to counter these recent actions, and how will you work to prevent ICC prosecutions of Americans or Israelis?
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. We of course share the goal, the broad goal of accountability for international atrocity crimes. That's not the issue. In the case that you raise, as well as the attempt to assert jurisdiction over American troops in Afghanistan, we have strongly opposed those assertions of jurisdiction. It's been our view, it remains our view, that jurisdiction is reserved when a state consents to it, or if there's a referral by the United Nations Security Council. Neither is true in the case of Israel and the Palestinian matter that you just mentioned, nor is it true in the case of Afghanistan. We have the capacity ourselves to provide accountability when those issues arise. And so we will continue to make clear our opposition. I think the question for us, and it's an appropriate one, is how can we most effectively do that, and that's something that we're looking at right now. I think we've spoken out, we've been clear, and we'll see going forward how we can most effectively engage the ICC to avoid these assertions of jurisdiction when they're not warranted.
Well, thank you very much. On behalf of my constituents, also my youngest son served in Afghanistan, so I identify as a family member of the threats of the ICC, what they could mean to the American people. Additionally, in the past several months, we've truly seen historic efforts being made with Israel's relationship with their Arab neighbors. The UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan have joined Egypt and Jordan in establishing or moving toward full diplomatic relations with Israel, paving the way for peace through recognition and engagement rather than isolation and boycotts of Israel. How do you plan on strengthening the budding relationships between Israel and UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan? And are you going to encourage other Arab and Muslim nations to make peace with Israel?
The short answer to the second part of the question is yes, absolutely. And let me just say that we applaud the steps that have been taken toward normalization with Israel by a number of countries, including the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, Morocco. These are very important, and we want to build on them.
That's terrific, and because it's a dream come true to see the level of stability in the Middle East that many of us thought could never occur. Unfortunately, then we go to Nord Stream 2, and that is, do you agree that Nord Stream 2 pipeline is a Russian malign influence project, if completed, that would threaten European and U.S. security?
Yes, I think as we were discussing a little bit earlier, we oppose, the President opposes Nord Stream 2. He's been clear about this for some time. So have I. And unfortunately, the pipeline, as you know, is 95% complete. But we are making clear that we stand against its completion. We issued an initial report and sanctioned the leading pipe-laying ship, and we continue to review other possibilities for sanctions going forward.
And I appreciate you actually referenced the threat to Poland.
Yep.
What about a threat as already with the aggression in Ukraine?
Yeah. There too, and this is something that I worked on a lot when I was last in the Obama-Biden administration. We strongly stand against Russia's attempted annexation of Crimea. We stand strongly against its aggression in the Donbass in eastern Ukraine, and we are strongly in support of Ukraine. We intend to strengthen that support, whether it's security, economic, or its efforts to strengthen its own democracy, which are vitally important, because one of the challenges, as you know, for Ukraine is it has to face aggression from the outside, from Russia, but it also has to deal on the inside with its own challenges, including the problem of corruption. We're determined to work on all of that.
Hey, another alternative would be Azerbaijan to Bulgaria, the Black Sea, with pipelines, and I urge you to make every effort on that. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism, the representative from Florida, Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the committee today. I want to first thank you for your statement yesterday on the 14th anniversary of the disappearance of my constituent, Bob Levinson. Thank you for speaking to the Levinson family. Bob deserves his final resting place to be here in this country that he loved so much with his beloved and remarkable family. I'm also appreciative of your commitment to implementing the Robert Levinson Hostage Recovery and Hostage Taking Accountability Act, and I look forward to working with you on that. There are at least 45 publicly known cases of Americans being held around the world. They deserve the full attention of our government, and as we deal with Iran, the return of Americans must be at the top of the list. Now, on Iran, you've been clear and were today with Mr. Sherman and your commitment to not get back in the JCPOA without Iranian compliance. You've also talked about the need to work with our allies to address making the deal stronger and longer, address some of the rapidly approaching sunsets, and tighten the inspections. There are some people, Mr. Secretary, who think we should get back in the JCPOA immediately, regardless of what the Iranians are doing. You are not one of them. There are also people who believe that we have to address everything, nuclear and non-nuclear, all of them, right at the start before returning to the deal. You've committed to building on the nuclear agreement to address the non-nuclear issues. We've got to find a path forward that can achieve all of our shared goals. You offered to sit down with Iran, as we talked about earlier. They said no and proceeded to begin using advanced centrifuges to enrich past JCPOA levels. The question is, can you lay out some thoughts on how to go forward, given Iran's refusal to engage? What do we do to build upon the JCPOA, lengthen and strengthen it, and address these other non-nuclear issues?
Thank you very much. First, if I could, just on the question of hostages, because this is something that I know you feel very strongly. It's something I feel very strongly too, and it is a priority for me to do everything I possibly can to bring home every American who is being held hostage or is otherwise being illegally detained in a foreign country, wherever that is. And one of the first things that I did, I think on my first week on the job, was to meet virtually with almost all of the families who have loved ones who are being illegally detained or held hostage abroad. As you noted, I had a chance to spend some time with the Levinson family this week. The Canadians have launched a really significant initiative, I think, that we should all try to work on together to build on, and that is to bring countries together to stand against the arbitrary detention of people for political purposes around the world. I would hope that over time, more and more countries will sign on to that proposition, and we will isolate the countries that continue to engage in these practices. With regard to the JCPOA, let me just say quickly a couple of things. First, we have to deal with the world as it is now. And the world as it is now is this. Whatever one's views of the agreement, and my own views are clear, but I know others disagree, but on its own terms, in terms of putting Iran's nuclear program in a box and cutting off its pathways to producing fissile material for a nuclear weapon on short order, it was succeeding. Our intelligence community said so, the international inspectors said so, and when we pulled out of the agreement, the Iranians then, of course, have a vote in this too, and have started to lift the constraints that were imposed on them by the agreement. As a result, we're now in a place where, under the agreement, the so-called breakout time, the amount of time it would take them to produce enough fissile material for one weapon, had been pushed past a year. Now, according to public reports, it's 3 to 4 months, and potentially getting shorter and shorter as, and if they continue to take steps to turn on aspects of their program that the JCPOA turned off. So I think we have an interest in getting Iran back into that nuclear box, because think of it this way. We have fundamental problems with Iran's actions across a whole series of things, whether it is support for terrorism, whether it's a ballistic missile program that's increasingly dangerous, whether it's destabilizing actions throughout the region. An Iran with a nuclear weapon, or with the threshold capacity to have one, is an Iran that's likely to act with even greater impunity when it comes to those things. So we have a real incentive to do that. So we've been clear that the best, most sustainable way to do that is through tough-minded diplomacy. We've made clear that we're prepared to re-engage in that diplomacy. There was an invitation from the European Union to all of the parties to the JCPOA, including Iran, including the United States, to come and start to talk about whether there was a way back to Iran meeting its obligations. We said we would attend. Iran so far has said no. I think the ball is in their court to see if they're serious about re-engaging or not.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary, congratulations on your confirmation. It's good to see you here. When you were having a discussion with the ranking member about China, my questions will center on China, about the genocide occurring there. I think you did say, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but speaking out forcefully would be part of the answer. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So then regarding the genocide occurring in China, would you say that it simply reflects a difference in cultural norms between our country and their country? Is that a proper characterization or not a proper characterization?
I would say what it reflects is an egregious violation of human rights.
So it's more than just cultural norms of a country.
And I think we've been clear, and I've been clear, that I see it as genocide, other egregious abuses of human rights, and we'll continue to make that clear.
And I would think that simply characterizing it as a difference in cultural norms would not be. Would you consider that forceful? Speaking out forcefully. I'm just trying to use your terminology here.
Again, I would say that we have and we will continue to speak out forcefully and shine a light on these egregious violations of human rights.
I understand. In 2013, Emma Riley, a lawyer in the UN Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights, began to raise concerns that that office was forwarding the names of Chinese minority dissidents to Beijing just as those dissidents were preparing to testify before the council. According to Ms. Riley, the lives of these individuals and their families were put at jeopardy. One died in prison. More than 7 years later, the UN has failed to address this whistleblower case. Do you believe, well, given the implications of the claim, do you believe that the allegations deserve to be fully and impartially investigated?
So I'm not aware of the case, but based on your description of it, the short answer is yes.
So you're unaware. You never heard about this at all?
I don't recall hearing about that particular case, but based on your description, I would share your serious concern about it.
Because if it is true, then it would implicate the OHCHR's complicity in the CCP's genocide. I mean, they're actually aiding and abetting it at that case. If that is the case, if that's the case, if there's an investigation, even if there's not an investigation, but if that is the case, and given the severity of the allegations, would the Biden administration be willing to hold off on rejoining the council based on that?
When it comes to the council, we obviously have significant concerns about its actions, particularly, for example, its bias against Israel and its repeated efforts to hold Israel to a standard that it does not hold other countries to. That's a problem that needs to be corrected. Similarly, we've had real concerns with the council in terms of its membership. We have some of the worst human rights violators who sometimes find their way onto the council. That's a problem. Having said that, it's our view that in terms of reforming the council and making sure that it is doing the right thing and focusing on what it's supposed to be focusing on, we are much better off at the table than outside the room. When we've been at the table in the council, we've been able to actually get some changes, including shifting its focus away from one-sided efforts against Israel. Similarly, and interestingly, to your point, the council actually has done arguably a better job than some other institutions in putting a spotlight on China and its human rights abuses. So I think there's something important to work with there, and the basic proposition is when we're in the room, we have a much better chance in making sure it's doing what it's supposed to be doing.
Well, if we are going to be in the room, with all due respect, I would hope that you would urge that there is an impartial and full investigation and appropriate action taken if they are indeed complicit with the genocide occurring in China and keeping on
And I'd be happy to follow up with
Thank you.
on that.
I'd appreciate that. Knowing that you're looking forward to a meeting very soon with the principals regarding China, are you prepared, are you contemplating concessions to the Communist Chinese Party vis-a-vis the Paris Climate Accord or anything else that we might need to know about?
No.
No concessions whatsoever to the Communist Chinese Party?
No. When it comes to China, for that matter, any other country, our job is to make sure that we are advancing the interests of the United States and advancing the values of the United States. And we have to make the best judgment we can about how to do that. But certainly when it comes to China, as we've discussed, and I've had opportunity to discuss just in the few short weeks that I've been on the job, we see this, and I see this, as, in many ways, the most consequential relationship that we have in the world. And China uniquely has an ability, militarily, diplomatically, economically, to undermine the international rules-based system that the United States has devoted so much effort to building, and that does advance the interests and values of our people. So we're going to be making very clear to our counterparts in China the deep concerns, objections that we have to some of the things that they're doing, and to see if they will address those concerns.
Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights, Representative Karen Bass of California, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member, and Mr. Secretary. I really appreciate you coming here today and your openness to engage with us in a dialogue. So I hope to get through 3 quick questions. And one is concerning COVID. Very excited that we're finally getting a handle on it in our country, but we know we have the obligation worldwide. We're already dealing with the mutation from South Africa, and so my question to you is that how is the Department of State working with the administration and other agencies to enhance access to the vaccine globally? And what role can the State Department take in terms of pooling vaccine technology? That's my first question. I got a few others.
Good. As you know, one of the first steps that we took was to join COVAX, the International Vaccine Consortium, and we have, more than that, dedicated significant resources, thanks to Congress. We had $2 billion that we've made available, with more to come, depending on whether other countries also step up. But beyond that, we are looking across the board at ways that we can really lean in to facilitate access to vaccines around the world, because to your point, and I think we all know this, we are never going to be fully safe here in the United States until the vast majority of the world is vaccinated, because as long as that virus is replicating somewhere, it could be mutating. And if it's mutating, it could come back to bite us. So this is not simply the right thing to do. It's the necessary thing to do in terms of our national security, and we're looking at ways to advance that effort.
I would love to see us play the same leadership role that we played around Ebola. Ebola didn't go beyond 3 countries in Africa, and it could have gone much further. Switching reels now to Mali. In August 2020, the Malian government was deposed in a military coup, and while a transitional government has been formed with the goal of holding elections in 18 months, the security situation both inside Mali and the wider Sahel region remains extremely unstable. So to prevent the security situation from deteriorating further, do you think it's important for the UN peacekeepers to maintain a strong presence there? I know that the mandate comes up in June around the Security Council.
In short, yes, but that's also something that I think would benefit from us being able to have a chance to talk and think about the best way forward. It's a challenging situation, but the short answer is yes.
Great. My next question is, what role do you see the U.S. playing in assisting in the negotiation process regarding the GERD, the Great Dam in Ethiopia? And then maybe you can also comment about the situation in Ethiopia after that question.
Well, with regard to the GERD, we want to do everything we can to facilitate the countries concerned coming together and finding a way forward that meets their interests and avoids conflict. And I think we can use our good offices to help do that. So that's the way we're approaching it. The challenge in Ethiopia is very significant, and it's one that we're very focused on, particularly the situation in Tigray, where we are seeing very credible reports of human rights abuses and atrocities that are ongoing. And I've been on the phone on several occasions now with Prime Minister Abiy of Ethiopia. I've talked to other leaders in the region and on the continent and beyond. I very much understand the concerns, for example, that the Prime Minister had about the TPLF and its actions, but the situation in Tigray today is unacceptable and has to change. And that means a few things. It means making sure that we're getting into the region, into Tigray, aid workers and others, humanitarian assistance, to make sure that the people are cared for, provided for, and protected. And it's very important that the government follow through on commitments that it's made.
Do you envision peacekeepers?
At this point, we have 2 other challenges that go to the security piece. One is we have, as you know, forces from Eritrea that are there, and we have forces from an adjoining region, Amara, that are there. They need to come out. And a force that will not abuse the human rights of the people of Tigray or commit acts of ethnic cleansing, which we've seen in western Tigray, that has to stop. We also need full accountability. We need to get an independent investigation into what took place there. And we need some kind of process, a reconciliation process, so that the country can move forward politically. Prime Minister Abiy was an inspiring leader who won the Nobel Peace Prize. Now he needs to step up and make sure that his own people in Tigray are getting the protections that they need and deserve.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Young lady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Darrell Issa of California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's good to have you here. As the chairman said earlier, this is very early and very pleasant to have you. And having started in this committee when Colin Powell was here, and then being a freshman, I didn't get to ask a question for the first 3 times he appeared. I had to wait until the chairman went away and grabbed him during a vote. So I want to thank you for agreeing to allow everyone to ask you a question. You know, all the way back in the Old Testament, the phrase that a leopard doesn't change its spots or can't change its spots. Unfortunately, those thousands of years of history seem to apply to Iran. You hadn't yet gone to Harvard when Iran took hostages of our embassy and blamed it illegally and wrongfully and lied and said it was just students. My understanding is we still don't have that embassy back. So in these decades, Iran has never changed its spots. It has continued to foment any kind of destabilizing activities it can throughout the region. in both Shia and Sunni majority countries, and of course, famously has supported Hamas and Hezbollah and made peace in that region much more difficult, if not impossible. So as you look at re-entering the JCPOA, my question is not on the nuclear question, because I think very accurately and succinctly you said that their nuclear ambitions are so that they can do what they're already doing with impunity. But they have done with impunity for longer than many people on this dais have lived. What are your plans on the areas of their continuing to destabilize their neighbors and their support for terrorism around the world, but particularly the two groups I mentioned?
I very much share your concerns about Iran's actions across the board, and the question is, what can we do about them? How can we be most effective? I think part of it starts with making sure we're working with and in close collaboration with other countries who are similarly aggrieved by Iran's actions. And so we're in close consultation and coordination with other countries that are on the receiving end of some of Iran's actions, but also with our European partners. One of the reasons I think it would be beneficial if there is a way back into the nuclear agreement would be to find ourselves once again on the same side with our European partners who've spent the better part of the last few years trying to keep that agreement alive and not necessarily focusing all of their energy and attention on dealing with some of these other actions that Iran takes where their help would be very important. So I think there's an opportunity there if that goes forward. But we have all sorts of tools, including, and this is important, and I know you know this, the nuclear agreement doesn't take away a single tool that we have to deal with Iran's other egregious actions wherever they may take place. And indeed, we have international authorities to do the same thing. So we will use all of those tools, and we'll do it in coordination with other countries.
I appreciate it. I'm going to just give you two quick more questions. One is historically, with support, bipartisan support, each administration has continued to support Lebanese institutions in order to be an offset to Iranian influence, including the universities and the Lebanese armed forces. Is it your position that you're going to continue to do that?
Yes. And by the way, I think the last time I was there was with then Vice President Biden, and one of the things we did was a very powerful ceremony where we, in effect, delivered some very needed security assistance to the Lebanese armed forces to underscore that commitment.
And a caveat to that, I'm assuming that your intention is to continue support for the refugee camps that dominate Lebanon, almost 50% of their population.
Yes, absolutely. The burden that these countries are undertaking is extraordinary.
And last, you did mention a great deal of things that are contrasting you with your predecessor. Can you give us a few items that Secretary Pompeo, who many of us served with, did well that you intend to continue and expand on?
Sure, and I actually had a terrific conversation with Secretary Pompeo during the transition. We spent some time together going through a lot of things about the State Department itself, our foreign policy more broadly. I think he's, for just to cite one example, he did a very good job in trying to help bring the State Department into the 21st century when it comes to the use of technology and empowering some of our people with technology, something we really want to follow through on. And as we were talking about earlier, I think the initiatives that led to steps by countries to normalize relations with Israel were a very good thing and something we want to build on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Europe, Energy and the Environment and Cyber, Representative Bill Keaton of Massachusetts, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm pleased to see seated behind you my former colleague and Foreign Affairs Advisor, Naz Darakalu. And I also want to thank you, too, for your work for the Paul Whelan family. Paul has been unjustly imprisoned for over 2 years by the Kremlin, and your recent meeting with not just their family, but all the families in a similar situation. Secretary, I think it's generally understood that our greatest adversary is China. And this is really an historic contest. It's one beyond our countries. That's one of authoritarianism and democracy at its foundation. And the greatest weapon they wield is the coercive and predatory economic policies that they have undertaken so aggressively. The stakes couldn't be higher. But we have one thing that China doesn't have. We have a coalition, and most notably, I think, a transatlantic coalition that's ushered in the greatest period of peace and prosperity in modern times. And so our efforts to counter China, I think, must involve a transatlantic economic partnership that includes shared values and security interests, shared human rights issues. Yes, you know, we did have Section 232, the national security tariffs that were there that caused some discord with our allies. And yes, there are legitimate economic issues there. And indeed, I was pleased to see President Biden take action in that regard in terms of the UAE, in terms of rescinding the last-minute Trump actions, making it clear that whatever we do in these areas, the Biden administration, our country, is going to act in the interest of all Americans, not private interest. And I think that was an important message. Their discord, their feelings of hurt among our allies were the manner in which it was done. In fact, it was done under that security tariff. Those are our allies that spilled the blood of their children alongside us in so many conflicts. So I think there's areas of hope. I think tomorrow, I think they're going to be announcing a 4-month suspension on Boeing and Airbus so they can start to work that out. It's great to see that happen. But any way that we're going to be effective must include a way forward, maybe away from the Trump approach of just the stick with tariffs and moving towards a free trade agreement where there's a mutuality of interest and we can work together for both of our benefits and the benefits of democracy in that respect. Now, it's going to be hard because you have Brexit to contend with, and UK hasn't made it any easier with its internal market bill or its recent action violating the agreement unilaterally, not to deal under the agreement on exports on April 1st. Yet with all these challenges, we must move forward. I think it's one of our most important priorities if we're going to deal with our security issues, deal with China, deal with economic vitality going forward. So what are the prospects you see for success in this area despite all those challenges? And how is it so important in terms of foreign policy that we move forward on this?
I very much agree with the premise of the question. And I'd say one way we're going to succeed is if we get our terrific U.S. trade representative on the job. So hopefully that happens very quickly. But beyond that, a couple of things. First, to your point, for example, when it comes to dealing with some of China's most egregious practices in the commercial area, we are so much better off and so much more effective when we are dealing with those with other similarly aggrieved countries than when we're doing it alone. The United States alone is, what, about 25% of world GDP? When we're working together with other democracies, starting with our partners in Europe, depending on who's in, it's 40, 50, 60% of world GDP. That is a lot harder for China to ignore. So we have, I think, a profound interest in trying to get our own house in order when it comes to some of these trade disputes, working through them as partners and allies do, not as adversaries, and that will, I think, give us a much stronger foundation. Having said that, I think, you know, you've heard the President speak to this. In terms of pursuing new trade agreements, we need to make sure we're investing in our own people first so that we have the strongest possible foundation to be competitive if we're in the business of opening more markets. And so we want to make those investments to make sure that we are indeed fully competitive. We also want to make sure that as we go about advancing new agreements, all of the key stakeholders are at the table, so that, to your point, we're doing these things to the benefit of as many Americans as possible, including many who have not benefited, unfortunately, from some of the trade agreements that we've reached in the past. So we have to factor all of that in. But the basic proposition that we should be working through these issues in a collaborative way with our European partners, I couldn't agree with more.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now acknowledge Representative Adam Kinzinger of Illinois for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Just a couple of things. You know, January 6th was a really bad day. But I've always said that democracies aren't really defined by bad days, but how they overcome them. And I think your promotion of democracy around the world is going to be very important, and to show how we rise above challenges and use that as an example for others. And the return to multilateralism, I think, is important as well, recognizing things like NATO. It's not just us doing NATO a favor. NATO also does us a favor. There's benefit in that. Just real quickly, I'd like to just point out at the country of El Salvador, I would just encourage you to put a very strong ambassador down there that's very focused on America's priorities, because there's some challenges within that country in terms of a leader that has crossed the line in their democracy in some areas. So after all that, I do want to drill down a little more on the Nord Stream 2 discussion. I was hard on the Trump administration for some slow implementation of things, and I think I just need to be fair. And given that we are at 90 to 95% of completion of Nord Stream, I think time is essential at this moment. So given that there is a lot of information out there in open source reporting on entities actually actively engaged in the construction of the pipeline, it is difficult for me to believe that the State Department requires more information. For example, there's vessels in the Baltic Sea going between the sanctioned Fortuna and German ports where materials for the pipeline are being stored. Do we not know if those ships are involved in the project?
So we're looking at that very, very closely and very, very carefully. As you know, we issued an initial report that sanctioned the leading pipeline vessel, the Fortuna. We also took account of, I think, about 18 different entities or companies that had pulled back as a result, I think, of the sanctions that we imposed and the tools that Congress gave us. So that was a good news story. But going forward, we're looking at this every single day. I think the challenge we have is to make sure that what looks on the surface, no pun intended, like a clear case, really is, and that it stands up to legal scrutiny. So we have to build these, as you know, evidentiary packages, and we're working on that, and we will do that. There are times when something seems self-evident, maybe it's not. A ship that happens to be in the area is not necessarily engaged in activities that relate to the pipeline. We need to make sure that it is, so that we can move forward. But you have our commitment that we're focused on that, and we'll continue to do it.
Good, thank you. Just to also mention the Danish Maritime Authority, which is a government agency in Denmark, has put out official notices naming additional Russian ships that are engaging in trenching and pipeline activities. Hopefully that information will be sufficient in your discussions going forward. And according to Nord Stream 2 AG's own website, it is the company responsible for the planning, construction, and eventual operation of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. In fact, I just saw it discussed. I looked up on the Gazprom website. Do we believe that Nord Stream 2 AG is engaging in sanctionable activity?
Something we will look at very carefully.
Okay, and the other thing I'll say on that is, so the Danish permit for the construction of Nord Stream 2 in the Baltic Sea requires an active insurance company. Mm-hmm. The Danes have insisted that Nord Stream 2 has met this requirement, and the bipartisan sanctions in PISA, and as amended by PISCA, includes mandatory sanctions on insurers involved in the project. Do we know who the current insurer of Nord Stream 2 is?
I'm sure we're looking at that. If we haven't already, agree with you that, across the board, we need to look at these different entities to see if they're engaged in sanctionable activity.
And have you all been engaged in discussions with the Danes since the president has taken office, since they're aware of who the insurer is?
I am not aware of that, but I can certainly double check on that, but I'm not aware of that.
Okay, and one thing I'll ask too is if you can commit to consulting with and not just notifying our allies and partners in Central and Eastern Europe. A lot of the times they get left out of this discussion, as well as Congress, and so I would appreciate that commitment to do that as well.
Yeah, there used to be an old saying that you'll remember when we used to talk about this in the 1990s, nothing about you without you. And we want to make good on that, especially when it comes to our allies and partners.
Thank you. And I just want to say again, congratulations on the job. Thank you for your commitment to come in front of this committee. We'll have areas we disagree on, but I think that's going to be rare because typically foreign policy is and should return to being a bipartisan venture. So thank you for your service, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. I now yield to Representative David Cicilline of Rhode Island for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here and for your extraordinary service to our country.
We all look forward to working with you to strengthen our national security, bolster American democracy abroad, and advancing the causes of democracy and human rights around the world. As you know, you assumed the role of Secretary of State during a uniquely challenging time. For 4 long years, the United States disengaged from the global community and allowed illiberalism, corruption, and human rights abuses to escalate in nearly every corner of the globe. The void left by the United States was filled by those that seek to make the world less free, by those that trample on the rights of the world's most vulnerable, and by those that threaten the security of the United States. And Freedom House has said that the international balance has shifted in favor of global tyranny. So my first question is, how do you intend to incorporate a more universal approach to human rights rather than the cherry-picked recommendations of the previous administration that left women, girls, members of the LGBTQI community, and other vulnerable populations susceptible to discrimination and violence? I know the first step you took was to reject the recommendations of Mike Pompeo's Commission on Inalienable Rights, which is a terrific first step, but how do you intend to do that important work?
Thank you. I really appreciate that question, because what we've already tried to do right out of the box is to put human rights and democracy really at the heart of our foreign policy, the heart of what we're doing. It is factored into virtually every single thing that we do. And when it comes to making sure that around the world, for example, our diplomats every single day are standing up for these rights when they're being abused, that is front and center in the instructions that they have. When it comes to leading international efforts on new norms, conventions, laws, understandings, or just groupings of countries that can speak out together, the United States is in the forefront of those efforts. So this is something that needs to permeate everything that we're doing. We had an opportunity to talk a little bit before just about this idea of bringing the world's leading democracies together in a summit, and part of that would be focused on what is the common agenda that we have around the world, and how do we most effectively advance or defend, unfortunately as the case may be, these rights when they're being challenged.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Relatively small budgets for the State Department and USAID, I think, dramatically reduce our ability to conduct productive diplomacy worldwide and negatively impacts our national security. Does it make sense for us to consider a significant increase in funding for the State Department and USAID in order to make the Biden administration's goal of placing diplomacy and human rights at the forefront of its foreign policy successful?
For the record, I didn't ask you to ask that question.
No, I know that. But it seems to me it's going to require additional resources if we're serious about this.
And in all seriousness, yes, absolutely. Because look at the challenges that the department has to play a lead role in dealing with. Whether it's, as we've already discussed, dealing with COVID-19, and in particular, advancing a stronger global health security system so that this never happens again, we've got to be doing that. Right. Whether climate change and the great efforts that Secretary John Kerry is leading, we have a lead role to play in that. We need the resources to do it. When it comes to dealing with challenges to our cyber networks and trying to advance the proposition that there ought to be rules and norms and standards that other countries adhere to, that's the work of the State Department. So we have to make sure that we're properly resourced to do that.
Thank you. And my final question, Mr. Secretary, in July we will mark the 47-year anniversary of Turkey occupying the northern part of Cyprus. For the first time, we have a U.S. President and a Secretary of State with substantial experience when it comes to Cyprus reunification. I'm just wondering whether, ahead of the talks on Cyprus that the UN Secretary General is convening in April, what is the strategy to push back against Turkey and the Turkish Cypriot insisting on a two-state solution, the Turkish Cypriot leader, and the opening of the ghost town of Varosha, both moves which contradict UN Security Council resolutions and U.S. policy. There's a lot of expectation with this administration that finally we will see a real effort, real progress on unification.
Well, as you know, and to your point, this is something that President Biden has been very much engaged in throughout his career, including in the Senate, and then again when he was vice president, something he takes very, very seriously. We strongly support a comprehensive settlement that reunifies Cyprus in a bizonal, bicommunal federation. We will engage in the effort to advance that prospect, including supporting the critical role of the United Nations, and as well direct American engagement in that effort. So I think you'll see American diplomacy fully engaged.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Lee Zeldin of New York for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, welcome. Congratulations. What a great honor, and I wish you much success. I hope you're as good of Secretary of State as Representative Malinowski brags about your soccer game. I wanted to go back to the topic of the Iran nuclear deal. And one of the principles that there was bipartisan agreement on during the negotiation of the JCPOA, the Obama-Biden-Kerry administration would frequently talk about the deal not being built on trust but built on verification. That's something that I agree with, actually. Is that I don't want to put any words in your mouth or make bad assumptions. That's something you agree with as well?
Yes, very much so.
One of the areas of controversy was that part of what was worked out was placed into an agreement between the IAEA and Iran. Is that something that you have seen yet, the text of that agreement between the IAEA and Iran?
Referring to the recent agreement between the...
At the time of the JCPOA, a lot of the verification terms were placed into that agreement.
Certainly at the time, I was fully aware of the various processes and procedures that were in place for verification and monitoring, and I think I have a pretty good handle on what the agreement calls for and indeed requires of Iran.
That's great. And when Secretary Kerry was here at that time, when we were having a hearing to vet out the deal and decide what our positions would be on an upcoming vote, he hadn't yet seen it. We hadn't yet seen it. I still haven't seen it. I don't know of any member of Congress who's had the opportunity to read that agreement. So that's something that I and others remain interested in being able to read, because the deal's not built on trust, it's built on verification. And we don't have all of the terms of the verification agreement that was worked out between the IAEA and Iran. On the side deals, on the sunset provisions, putting aside the Iran-UN arms embargo and that date which has passed, we have sunset provisions coming up a couple years up in 2023 and beyond. The Iranian regime would like you to re-enter the Iran nuclear deal as is. There are some members of Congress also advocating for re-entering the Iran nuclear deal as is. Can you speak to some of the practical issues with of making permanent sanctions relief in exchange for sunset provisions that are only a couple years away?
Yeah, it's an important point, and I think I'd say two things about that. First, if Iran returns to compliance with its obligations, and we do the same, we would use that as a platform to build a longer and stronger agreement, including dealing with some of the sunset clauses that expire in the near term. Having said that, the ones that matter most, the ones, for example, that prevent Iran or bar Iran from enriching beyond 3.67%, the one that caps its stockpile of enriched material at 300 kilograms, those don't expire until 2030. So we've got about a decade on those, and those are the most critical ones when it comes to Iran's breakout time. Beyond that, the various inspection provisions actually go even beyond 2030. So it's not to say that the sunsets are not an issue that need to be addressed. They do. But in terms of the ones that matter most for Iran's breakout capacity, they start to expire in 2030.
Definitely highly sensitive to those that are more imminently coming up, which present an issue in any potential negotiation. One of the reasons why we raise non-nuclear as well is because the leverage that brings the Iranians to the table, for the most part, is they want the sanctions relief. When you negotiate away the leverage that brings them to the table, then what's the leverage left to deal with some of the other non-nuclear activities you have to deal with? So that's one of the reasons why we speak out on it, is just that sensitivity to losing the leverage. One quick point, I just wanted to mention that, there were even officials in the last administration too, ceding that Iran had not yet violated any of the JCPOA by the time that the United States had withdrawn. There are issues with that. The IAEA twice found Iran in violation of heavy water. They were producing more IR-6s. Same thing with spinning the centrifuges with IR-8s. There were issues with regards to access to locations attempting to acquire carbon fiber. testing of advanced centrifuges. That list goes on, and that was before the United States withdrew from the JCPOA. So something that I think is very important is that the administration does not give the Iranians, we don't cede to that point where they claim that they were in full compliance when we withdrew, because that's not accurate. I yield back.
And I think it's just worth mentioning, if I may, Mr. Chairman, on that, because it is an important point, that one of the great strengths of the agreement, of course, is that it had a mechanism for resolving disputes. If one party was not in compliance, or at least the other party said that it wasn't, they could bring that issue to the so-called Joint Commission, and that's exactly what happened in those instances. When we had concerns about Iranian noncompliance, which they may have disagreed with, we were able to bring that forward, and they changed their behavior. And that's enforced by something very important, and that is the snapback provision in the agreement, so that if Iran is brought before the Compliance Committee, for lack of a better term, and doesn't make good on its requirements, then we have the ability, with our European partners, to snap back the sanctions. That's a very powerful enforcement mechanism.
The gentleman's time has expired. The committee will now stand in a brief recess, and we will reconvene in 10 minutes.
Hopefully, when we come back to control, that we'll get to more normal 5-minute votes or 2 minutes on amendments. Well, again, just look at the CDC guidance. If all staff vaccinated and all them who want to vaccinate, we should be in a place where we can vote a lot more quickly. Right. That was a lot nicer when the first vote would be held open, but then those 5-minute votes or 2-minute votes, so you get through things.
committee will reconvene. I want to thank the Secretary first for the extraordinary extending his amount of time with us in the vein to try to get every member to ask a question. I'm going to, without, and ask unanimous consent so that we will do 4 more members, 2 on the Democratic side and 2 on the Republican side at 5 minutes, in trying to get other questions in. From that point on, we will try to get every member 3 minutes to ask questions so that we can try to get every member to ask a question at this session. And the Secretary has agreed to stay so that every member has an opportunity to ask a question. Without objection. I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Nonproliferation, Representative Ami Bera of California, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I echo the congratulations of my colleague, and thank you for your service to our country, Mr. Secretary, and also appreciate the rapidity by which you've come to this subcommittee. There's any number of areas that we could talk about in terms of the region of jurisdiction that my subcommittee has, but I do want to point out a few things and applaud the administration for quick action on the coup in Burma, as well as decisive targeted sanctions. And I think I can say for the subcommittee, as well as the full committee, that in a bilateral way, we stand ready with additional authorities should such be required. Also want to applaud the administration on quick action resolving the burden sharing and special measures agreement with our friends in Korea, as well as a quick early trip to visit our partners in Japan and Korea. The relationship's been challenging, to say the bit, but we need a strong alliance trilaterally as we address the challenges in the region. And lastly, want to recognize the importance of the Quad and the importance that the administration's played on our Quad relationship in the region with Japan, Australia, and India. But I'm a doctor first, and my interests have always been, as a physician, on global health pandemic preparedness. And I appreciate your remarks of last week, as well as in your opening comments, as you lay out the agenda. First, we have to stop COVID-19 and restore and strengthen our global health security. And as such, I will really appreciate the early aggressive actions by the President, as well as the administration, to ramp up vaccine production here, to ramp up distribution with the bill that we passed today, the American Rescue Plan. I think we can actually beat the President's domestic goals of making sure every American adult who wants a vaccine is able to, that will have enough doses for them by the end of May. I think we can beat that. What I'd like to talk about a bit is, the global competition that we have with, in terms of influence, watching China go out to the rest of the world and, provide vaccine, watching Russia and the Middle East and elsewhere, and for lack of a better way of talking about it, vaccine diplomacy. I think we'll find ourselves soon in a place where, I appreciate the robust funding we've given the COVAX facility, re-engaging with CEPI and the World Health Organization. But I know in my dialogue with others around the world, they understand that the American companies are, in a transparent way, are producing some of the best and most effective vaccines coming out of Moderna, Pfizer, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, potentially Novavax and others coming soon. I'd be curious as we start to think about, once we've stopped COVID here domestically, or at least gotten vaccines to the U.S. population, how we're going to directly engage and counter, some of what China is doing in a coercive way, frankly, with what I think is a worse vaccine.
Very much appreciate that. And as you noted, of course, we did join COVAX. We're contributing significant resources, $2 billion initially, with additional resources to come. Again, thanks to Congress for that as well. But 2 things. Of course, we have to make sure that every American is vaccinated, and that is our number 1 priority. That is job 1. As we're doing that, we're looking at ways to accelerate access to vaccines around the world. As we discussed a little bit earlier, It's in our national interest, our national security interest, to do that, because as long as the virus is replicating, it's mutating, as long as it's mutating, it could come back to bite us. So we have a strong interest in doing that. And of course, if a big chunk of the rest of the world is not vaccinated and their economies continue to suffer, there's human suffering that goes with that, but there's also an economic deficit for us because we lose partners. So we have a real interest in doing that. I think you'll see, including you referenced the Quad, the United States, India, Australia, Japan, working together. We have a Quad summit meeting on Friday with President Biden, and I expect we'll see something on vaccines coming out of that summit. There are other things that we're looking at and that we're working on in the days and weeks and months ahead to make sure that we are a leading international actor in creating greater access to vaccines.
Wonderful. And in the broader global health security framework, as we defeat COVID worldwide, we also have to then be thinking about building the infrastructure to make sure we're prepared for the next pandemic and
That's right.
that we stop that. So I appreciate
it. That's vital, because stopping COVID, job one, but job two is making sure that to the best of our ability this doesn't happen again, and that requires us to put in place a stronger global health.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the vice-ranking member of the full committee, Representative Ann Wagner of Missouri, for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also thank the Secretary very much for his time and his courtesy today. We share, sir, a conviction that robust American leadership makes the world safer and more prosperous. Sadly, however, authoritarianism, violence, and a failure to respect human rights are undermining stability in many regions of the world. Adversaries like China, Russia, and Iran are quick to exploit divisions to advance their influence, exacerbating, I think, the conflicts and certainly the humanitarian crises that exist. I am gravely concerned that China's drive to export its authoritarian extractive development model and human rights with Chinese characteristics is contributing to anti-democratic trends. At the same time, Russia is using disinformation and cyber attacks and other tools of malign influence to erode faith in our democratic institutions. Iran continues its relentless push to acquire nuclear weapons while using proxy actors to sow violence across the Middle East. Secretary Blinken, I am hopeful that you will work with us here in Congress to hold malign states accountable for their destabilization and destabilizing activities. Our partners want, and I think they need us all to remain engaged. I also, as my colleague just mentioned, am concerned of China's use of vaccine diplomacy, again, to trade access to COVID vaccines for expanded influence in target countries. I think China is even incorporating these efforts into its predatory Belt and Road initiatives. China, Russia, and Iran, sir, also are working to spread false news regarding the origins of COVID-19 and I think diminish confidence in U.S. developed vaccines. Mr. Secretary, to what degree are our adversaries coordinating to amplify COVID disinformation, and how will the State Department ensure that U.S. partners receive accurate information regarding vaccinations and other mitigation efforts?
Thank you very much. This is really one of our most important tasks, and I share your concern about, among other things, misinformation and disinformation that's being put out there, including by Russia, regarding vaccines. This is incredibly dangerous, besides being incredibly wrong, and ultimately incredibly self-defeating for the countries that are engaged in this, because, as we were discussing, they're not going to be fully safe either until the bulk of the world is vaccinated. And if they're undertaking efforts to cast doubt and sow doubt about vaccines, ultimately that's going to harm them as well as everyone else. So we're going to be standing up strongly, speaking out clearly when we see this, and we're pushing back strongly against it. Beyond that, we're trying to make sure that the State Department itself is effectively resourced and focused on pushing back against misinformation and disinformation, whatever its source. We have some tools that we've stood up in recent years, including the Global Engagement Center, that I think are very valuable in undertaking that effort. But we need, I think, additional support, additional resources, and I think we need to have close consultations and conversations with Congress, because I think there are lots of good ideas out there about how we can do this even more effectively, and I'd welcome being able to talk about that with you.
Great, and I'm very interested in visiting with you about that. Let me ask another quick question. Over the last several months, sir, we've seen an astonishing proliferation of cyber attacks on U.S. systems, particularly those with a nexus to the financial services industry. I serve on the Financial Services Committee also. Cyberspace is a key domain for China and Russia. States that believe cyber warfare allows them to compete asymmetrically with the U.S. Considering the scale and severity of the recent attacks, how should U.S. policy change to reverse this trend, sir?
Well, in the first instance, we have to elevate this as an imperative across the government, and we're working on doing that. We've got to strengthen our capabilities. We have to strengthen our readiness. We have to strengthen our resilience, and there is a lot of work that's going into that. The State Department itself needs to be playing a lead role in organizing and galvanizing other countries in terms of their own readiness and their own resilience, but also trying to establish much stronger and enforced norms when it comes to behavior in the cyber realm. So this is something we're getting stood up and resourced to do.
Great, thank you. I appreciate your time. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize the Chair of the Subcommittee on International Development, International Organizations, and Global Corporate Social Impact, Representative Joaquin Castro, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for your testimony today. The Trump administration, during its term, committed grave human rights abuses by separating young children from their parents at the U.S.-Mexico border. Thousands of children were separated that way. Hundreds of children still have not been reunited with their parents. What role is the State Department playing, or what role will the State Department play in helping to reunite those families?
Well, one of the things we're doing is, as I mentioned earlier, and it's very good to see you, by the way, we're very actively engaged with partner countries in the region, starting with Mexico, but also Guatemala, Honduras, Salvador, on all of these questions to make sure, to the best of our ability, that the message is clear, that people should not come to the border, that irregular migration will not be allowed, and we're working with them in close coordination to get the message out. We're working with the Mexican government, including on ways to strengthen its own capacities to deal with those seeking asylum, to deal with its own capacities on its southern border. So we're in close coordination and cooperation with them as well. And as we were talking about earlier, of course, we're looking longer term at dealing more effectively with some of the drivers of migration to make sure that the conditions that exist in the northern tribal countries are such that people don't feel that the only choice they have is to put their lives on the line and everything they know on the line to try to make the dangerous journey here.
No, well, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that. I think you all have made some very prudent decisions in ending the third country agreements, in ending the Trump MPP policy, for example. And I would just, of course, caution you and the President that there is a permanent class of folks who will always try to convince Americans that there are brown immigrants coming to harm them. And that is a permanent political argument that is made, unfortunately, by many conservative politicians. Let me ask you about something you mentioned earlier, which is diversity at the State Department. For decades, the Department has struggled to retain and promote a workforce that represents and leverages the talent of our diverse nation. I was pleased to hear your announcement to create a Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer position at the Department, and I believe it's a necessary first step towards laying the foundation for enduring and lasting change. It's important to make sure that the position has the authorities and mandate to make meaningful progress. And in that context, I would mention also that Latinos are the most underrepresented group in the federal government. 18.5% of the population, 8.6% of the federal workforce, and 7% of the State Department, and an even smaller share of the senior ranks. So my question on this position is, how will you ensure the position is sufficiently resourced, supported, and empowered to be effective?
Thank you. First and foremost, the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer will report directly to the Secretary of State. In and of itself, I think that will give that person in that position significant authority to make sure that we are actually making meaningful progress when it comes to diversity and inclusion. Second, that office is going to have a staff. It's not going to be just one person. Third, I've insisted on real accountability across the department, including the Secretary of State. And so we're going to have transparency on numbers, on assessments of what's working and what's not working. And again, as we were talking about a little bit earlier, we're focused on recruitment, but that is insufficient. We're focused on retention, because it's not enough that people come through the doors of C Street. We have to make sure that we have an environment and a culture that encourages them to stay and make their careers there. So we're working on that across the board. And then, as I said earlier, we're also very focused on making sure that well before anyone gets to C Street, we've opened eyes to the possibilities and prospects of having a career at the State Department in foreign policy and working for our country.
Well, thank you for creating this new position, and please let us know how we can be helpful and support the department and that person in their work.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Mr. Castro yields back. I now recognize the representative from Florida, Mr. Brian Mast, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I want to ask a couple questions, terrorism-related, Middle East, Israel, a few other things if we get to it. I just want to start with this. Mic shows on. I'm not sure if it's not picking me up, but it does show on. Try to speak a little louder for you if it's not picking me up.
Thank you.
Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, designated terrorist organization back in '97. Safe to assume you plan to uphold that as a designation?
Yes.
In that, can you speak to how we might work together, the State Department, Congress, to also remove the material supports for designated terrorist organizations like the Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas and others? How might we eliminate that?
Well, first, I welcome the opportunity just to work together across the board on those issues, and we're very open to ideas that Congress has and trying to work together to make sure we're being as effective as possible in combating terrorism across the board, and particularly in making sure we're doing everything we can to deny groups the resources that they need to continue doing their work. We have, I think, some very good authorities given to us over the years by Congress, and we'll make sure that we use them. But we also look to other ideas for how we can move forward in upholding that effort.
Good. We'll look forward to working with you on those fronts. Similar conversation. Are you familiar with the Taylor Force Act?
I am.
You're familiar with the requirements that you have to submit in writing certifying the actions of the Palestinian Authority, and you're tracking. You will be.
We're committed to upholding the Taylor Force Act. By the way, President Biden was actually in Israel about 1.5 miles away from Taylor Force when he was murdered. And he spoke out about that immediately and has been a forceful advocate, obviously, for doing justice by Taylor Force and making sure that we are making good on the obligations that we have under the Taylor Force Act.
Very good. Look forward to seeing those certifications coming through in your next couple months as well. I want to move to just a couple of things that you've said throughout your testimony with some other questions that have been asked here. At the onset, you did speak about the border, and you did say three words: safe, orderly, and humane. Currently, is the border safe?
I really want to make sure that when it comes to the border, we obviously have our very significant role to play on the foreign policy side of things, working with other countries. But my colleague Ali Mayorkas and DHS are really the ones to give the best judgments on the border and the work that we're doing there.
In your judgment, sir, is it safe, orderly, humane? And let me add one other thing to that. You did not mention as one of your priorities that it be secure, that is to say without leaks. Would you add that priority?
I would, yes.
And would you
and we're of course
give your analysis of whether it is safe, orderly, and humane?
The border is a constant work in progress. We have a border that is a living thing. that brings countries together, that brings our countries together, that is good for, that is important economically, but it has to be secure, it has to be orderly, and we are a nation of laws, and we have to make sure that we're applying the law. So this is over many years has been a challenge in different ways at different times, and it's something we're obviously focused on.
Doesn't sound like you're going to answer concretely whether it meets those parameters that you laid out. I'll leave it at that point for now, but I'm glad that you did say that it should be a location of law and order. And I would like to ask this question as a 30,000-foot ideology question about immigration in our country.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody have the right to come into the United States of America uninvited?
No, they have to come, if they're coming here, it has to be pursuant to the laws of our country.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Mr. Secretary. I have no further questions at this time, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the Vice Chair of the full committee, Representative Tom Malinowski of New Jersey, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, I'll just jump right in with first a question about Saudi Arabia. In my judgment, you and the President have made a series of extremely principled decisions in our national interest to rebalance our relationship with Saudi Arabia. On the other side, you know, there are always people who express concern that if we push back on the misbehavior of a partner, we'll be pushing them away, hurt our relationship. Of course, there are those who say, oh, the Saudis can turn to the Russians or the Chinese. I just want to set the record straight on this. If an adversary like Iran were to attack Saudi Arabia or the Persian Gulf, would Russia or China come to their defense?
Unlikely.
Yes. So we are the country that guarantees security in the Persian Gulf, and the Saudis, the Emiratis, the Bahrainis, they know this, right? That's good. So that brings me to the Khashoggi case, where there's still, I think, a little bit of a lack of clarity. There's a law, Section 7031 of the Consolidated Appropriations Act, that says officials of foreign governments about whom the Secretary of State, you, has credible information have been involved in a gross violation of human rights shall be ineligible for entry into the United States. And under this law, you have the authority to waive that prohibition in a specific case. If it serves the national interest, then you have to report that to the U.S. Congress. Now, clearly you have credible information with respect to the Crown Prince MBS being responsible for the murder of Mr. Khashoggi. So I just want to ask you, have you issued a waiver under 7031 for MBS?
Let me say a couple of things about this and answer your question. First, it's important to focus on what we did. And to start, as you very rightly put it, the President was determined that we would review and ultimately recalibrate our relationship with Saudi Arabia to make sure that it was actually advancing our interests and our values, because I think we'd gotten away from that. And that's exactly what we've done. We did that in getting out of support for the offensive operations and campaign in Yemen, led by the Saudis, and we suspended, as you know, certain arms sales to them. And in addition, we are now focused on the diplomacy of trying to end the war in Yemen and one of the worst, possibly the worst, and that's saying something, humanitarian crises in the world. We've been very clear and outspoken as well about our expectations of our Saudi partner when it comes to human rights. And at the same time, we've also been clear that we're committed to Saudi Arabia's defense if it is on the receiving end of aggression. That hasn't changed. But when it comes to Mr. Khashoggi, let me just say simply, one, we will follow the law. Two, as you know, for privacy reasons, that's something we can't discuss in any detail in this setting. I'd be happy to follow up. And three, I think it's fair to say that the Crown Prince has no plans to come to the United States.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Europe, Energy, the Environment, and Cyber, Representative Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, we look forward to working with you, sir.
Mr. Secretary, with respect to China, you've called China the biggest geopolitical test for our nation, and I could not agree more. The Communist Party's pursuit of unfair trade practices and aggressive coercive behavior undermines the values of our country. And this administration has made clear that preserving human rights abroad is a priority, going so far as to say they will, quote, stand up for democracy, human rights, and human dignity in Hong Kong in the interim National Security Strategic Guidance Report. So my question, sir, with regard to Hong Kong, what line would China need to cross for the United States to get involved and defend the people of Hong Kong? Or to state another way, what does the State Department consider to be a hostile act?
Well, I think we've seen, thank you, I think we've seen actions of deep concern in Hong Kong by Beijing, starting with the national security law that you know well, and then the actual implementation of that law to quash democracy in Hong Kong and to renege on commitments that China made when Hong Kong was handed over and reverted. And it's those principles, those commitments, I think have been clearly and egregiously violated. And this is something that we have not only spoken out about, but also are taking action on. And I think there are a series of things that we've done, the previous administration did as well, and that we need to continue to follow through on. Sanctions, for example, against those responsible for committing repressive acts in Hong Kong, the denial of visas to those engaged in those kinds of practices. I think that working with like-minded countries, it's very important that not only is the United States speaking out, but that more and more of the world is speaking out. And so you've seen joint messages coming from groups like the G7, the Human Rights Council, and others. We need to advise our businesses as well that there are sanctions on the books that they need to be mindful of if they're operating in Hong Kong, that there are certain risks that come along with that. And we will continue to do that and speak out and take action against egregious violations of democracy and human rights in Hong Kong.
Thank you, sir. Shifting to the Uyghurs. During a press conference on Monday, the State Department acknowledged the genocide was committed against the Uyghurs in Xinjiang. What can the administration do to protect the Uyghur community and the Uyghur minority, bring about the end of this ongoing genocide in China? And will you be raising these concerns of grave human rights violations when you meet with the Chinese officials in Alaska?
To the last part of your question, yes. And in fact, I've spoken already to my Chinese counterpart, raised those concerns directly with him. President Biden has raised those concerns directly with Xi Jinping in his conversation with him. We will certainly be raising them again in Alaska.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the representative from Nevada, Dina Titus, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, nice to see you. Thank you for giving us more of your time. I'd like to expand on the question by Mr. Cicilline in the Eastern Mediterranean. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about how the administration plans on re-engaging and strengthening our alliances in the Eastern Mediterranean. What efforts the administration is going to take to reverse Turkey's democratic backsliding? And third, what role can the U.S. play in the new trilateral agreement among Greece, Cyprus, and Israel when it comes to energy independence?
Thank you very much. We've looked with real concern over the last, certainly the last year, and of course more recently as the administration's been in office, at some of the actions taken in the Eastern Mediterranean, particularly by Turkey, in terms of the exercise of various claims, whether it is to territory, maritime areas, or energy resources. And it is very important that the United States stand up for and be engaged in advancing the stability and sovereignty and territorial integrity of all parties in the Eastern Med. And insist that any disputes that arise are resolved peacefully, diplomatically, not militarily, and certainly not through provocative actions. We have called out actions, including by Turkey, that, in our judgment, violate international law or commitments as a NATO ally in the case of the S-400s. And that includes provocative actions against Greece, like violations of airspace, threats of force, et cetera. Now, I think one of the positive developments has been in recent weeks a significant diminution in the temperature on those issues, with Turkey engaged with the European Union and others to try to move forward in a more productive way. So we're very supportive of that, and we'll continue to try to help things advance in that direction.
Do you see us playing a role in the new, I think it's called the Euro-Asia Connector, that agreement, to any role that the U.S. can play?
We'll certainly look to see if there's a productive role that we can play in that or any other arrangements, and certainly as well when it comes to energy and when it comes to diversifying supplies, diversifying routes. This is something that advances our own security and advances the security of other countries, including partner countries, so we'll always look at whether we can play a productive role.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Tim Burchett of Tennessee for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it still the Biden administration's stance that the BDS movement against Israel is both anti-Semitic and heinous?
The Biden administration, the president opposes the BDS movement. That has not changed and won't change.
Okay. And I'm also concerned that you recently removed Ansarallah and the Houthis from the State Department Foreign Terrorist Organization list. And I think you might have stated this earlier, but will you commit right here to removing Hamas, Palestine, Islamic Jihad, and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the PFLP, General Command, and the Palestine Liberation Front from the list?
First, when it comes to the Houthis, just to be very clear, we see them as a bad actor that has tried to overrun Yemen, interrupted a peace effort and led by the United Nations, committed acts of aggression against Saudi Arabia, as well as atrocities of one kind or another in Yemen itself, and of course have helped create an environment where we have the worst humanitarian crisis in the world right now. And that's precisely why we took the action we did in terms of lifting the designation on the entity itself. We continue to have designations against individual Houthi leaders, including some that we've imposed recently, but we wanted to make sure that nothing that the United States was doing made the provision of humanitarian assistance to Yemen even more difficult than it already is, and it was our judgment that the designation of the group was having that effect. But
Okay.
we stand strongly for the proposition that we have to deal with the Houthis and also try to advance an effort to end the war in Yemen.
Let me move on, if you will. I recently sent you a letter regarding the Special Envoy Robert Malley's phone call with the Chinese Foreign Minister Mai Jia-o-shu regarding the JCPOA because I'm concerned with the department's lack of transparency. Can you tell the committee what did Special Envoy Malley discuss with China in regards to Iran?
The department, the special envoy, myself, we've been engaged with all of the parties to the JCPOA, to include China, to include Russia, and of course to include our European partners as well as the European Union, to get their assessments of the prospects of Iran returning to compliance with its obligations and urging them to use what influence they have with Iran to return to its obligations.
Let me move on then. Have there been any additional conversations between Mr. Malley and other foreign diplomats that would have not been disclosed to the public?
Our diplomats are engaged every single day in conversations with their counterparts around the world. And
But Mr. Malley specifically,
Mr. Malley, like any other diplomat, is responsible for
so you mean
talking on an almost
specifically. My time's up, but you're not answering my question, so thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I get it.
I now recognize Representative Ted Lieu of California for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks, and thank you, Secretary of State Blinken, for your distinguished public service. I previously served on active duty in the United States Air Force, and I want to thank you and the State Department for being the first line of defense and keeping the United States out of unnecessary wars and conflicts. I also want to thank you for your commitment to diversity and for creating the position of the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. I want to ask you today about assignment restrictions, which I believe, if done incorrectly, run counter to your goals of diversity and also affect U.S. national security. Assignment restrictions can affect any State Department employee, whether you're Jewish American or Afro-American or Hispanic American, but it does appear to have a disproportionate impact on Asian Americans. I met with the Asian American Foreign Affairs Association at the State Department, and they did a survey that, while not scientific, the results are alarming. 70% of the respondents believe that the assignment restriction process was biased. 41% believe there were outright errors in the process. And these restrictions not only affect an employee's ability to get promoted to senior leadership, it also affects recruiting and retention. It deprives the United States potentially of cultural and language expertise. And it sends the false message that people who look like me happen to be more disloyal. In response to these concerns, Congress in 2016 ordered an appeals process to be put in at the State Department. The intent of this committee in Congress was to have the appeals process look like the security clearance appeals process, where a number of officers on a panel would review the decision of Bureau of Diplomatic Security. Unfortunately, when the Trump administration implemented it, they simply had the Bureau of Diplomatic Security review itself. So my question to you is, will you look at this process and consider putting in a panel of officers, potentially a chief diversity officer, to review the decision of the Bureau of Diplomatic Security?
Thank you very much. I am well aware of these concerns. That this was an issue that actually came up when I last served as Deputy Secretary of State, and something we were working on then. I am very concerned about these reports. I've spoken to Asian American colleagues in the department about them, and suffice to say, this is something that I'm looking into.
Thank you very much. Do you happen to know currently how many people at the State Department have assignment restrictions and their ethnic and racial breakdown?
I don't.
Could you have your office provide that information when they get a chance to the committee?
Let me come back to you on that and see what we can do. I want to make sure that we're making available whatever information we can.
Thank you. And as you manage the relationship with China, I just want to make sure that we're vigilant, that fears of a foreign country do not negatively impact the Asian American community. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere, Civilian Security, Migration, and International Economic Policy, Representative Mark Green of Tennessee, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Secretary Blinken, for testifying today. China's authoritarian government is increasingly flexing its muscle across the globe, undermining democracy and human rights. Russia's cracking down on regime opponents and occupying sovereign states or sovereign territory. Iran and North Korea's tyrannical regimes have destabilizing effect that's rippling across the entire globe. As a ranking member of the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee, I'm particularly concerned over China's engagement in our own hemisphere, including its efforts to prop up the authoritarian regime in Venezuela, which should have collapsed long ago if not for the Chinese Communist Party. I also see an incredible opportunity for a win-win-win in Latin America. First, China's commodity boom drove up the value of Latin American currencies and made manufacturing in Latin America very difficult. It was actually cheaper for them to buy from China instead of from themselves. Their economies have paid a huge price. Two, China's mercantilist behavior following the COVID pandemic has clearly informed nations across the globe that dependency on China's manufacturing is a security risk. Lastly, we face this immigration crisis at our southern border that's a clear result of the lost jobs in Latin America and this administration's policies. We can fix all of these by eliminating waste in the U.S. international development money and redirecting those funds to more manufacturing, to move manufacturing from China first to the U.S., but when their business models do not support that, move them to Latin America. I think creating manufacturing jobs in Latin America will solve their economic diversity, decouple the world from China, and help stop the migrant caravans coming across our southern border. And we need to do this as soon as we can. And I encourage my colleagues to join me in this effort. I'd also like to urge the administration to strengthen relationships with allies like Israel, one ally in particular that stands out as a time-tested, faithful friend of the United States. It's situated in one of the most unpredictable and perilous regions in the world. I deployed there many times as a soldier and special operator. Their respect for freedom and human rights makes them a leader in the region. Mr. Secretary, there have been a lot of questions about the situation with China, so I won't ask those, although I have many. I have two questions, though, and I'm going to ask them both and then just give you the rest of my time. If you could comment on the Biden administration's vision for Latin America, our partners down there, and if you could also on Iran, sir, just, it's concerning to me that only a few days after an Iranian-backed militia kills an American in Erbil, the administration is talking about re-engaging on JCPOA, and then there are more rocket attacks. So I'd love to know if you guys are dropping sanctions or terrorist designations for any of the Iranian proxies. So Latin America and comments on dropping designations of Iranian proxies.
Thank you. I appreciate both questions. I'll try to be quick. I think the idea that you just mentioned on Latin America is a really interesting one and something we should look at. I just happened to, if I could, do I have 30 seconds to respond?
30 seconds.
Thank you. Do honor the question. One of the interesting tools that we have, again, thanks to Congress, as you know, is something called the Development Finance Corporation. The Secretary of State happens to chair the board, and I chaired it just yesterday. And there are real opportunities to leverage the private sector, which is our greatest competitive advantage, in making the right kinds of investments, including in infrastructure, in our own hemisphere. So that's something we should look at, and I think there's good work to be done.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I'd love to work with you too on that, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I now recognize the Representative Susan Wild of Pennsylvania for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Secretary Blinken, for being here. It's a pleasure to be with you today, even though it's virtually. I've got concerns about our trade relationships with the EU. And what I'd like to talk about, or have you talk about, is from the State Department's perspective, as the new administration seeks to strengthen the transatlantic relationship across a wide range of diplomatic, national security, and economic areas. Excuse me. Do you view the need to restore and expand our role as the EU's largest trading partner as a priority for our economic and national security? And in your estimation, what are the main challenges for expanding that trade relationship over the next 4 years?
In short, yes, the EU is a leading partner for the United States. It's a partner of first resort, not last resort. And I think across the board, whether it comes to trade or whether it comes to security issues, diplomatic issues, you name it, our engagement with the EU is both extremely important and something we're going to place a real priority on. I had the opportunity, I was invited by the EU to speak to all of the foreign ministers just a couple of weeks into my tenure, and I look forward to doing more of that as we go forward, because they're in so many areas. We complement each other, and we are force multipliers for each other. I do think we need to try to do our best to get our trade and economic house in order and work through in a collegial way that befits allies and partners some of the issues and disputes that divide us, and we're committed to doing that. As I said earlier, I'm very much looking forward to having my colleague, the new U.S. Trade Representative, on the field, hopefully very soon, to start working on some of those issues.
And I don't know, I can't see the timer, but if I have any more time, do you just want to identify what you think the main to expanding that relationship?
Well, I think in the first instance, showing up is going to make a difference. We intend to do that. But second, I think the challenges are the ones that you've alluded to, which is there are some enduring and some more recent trade disputes that we have to work through. I think we have differences of approach on a number of important issues that we'll have to work through, including some aspects of cyber policy, taxation, et cetera. But all of these things are eminently workable, and it's necessary for us to try to work through them together.
Thank you so much. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The representative yields back. I now recognize the Representative Andy Barr of Kentucky for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Secretary Blinken, congratulations on your confirmation and for your service to our country. You identified as the administration's top priorities strengthening global health security and also identified managing our relationship with China as your top priorities. I applaud the administration for identifying those priorities, but it's precisely why I'm so dismayed by the President's decision on January 21st to rejoin the World Health Organization, an international organization that was a co-conspirator in covering up the COVID-19 outbreak in Wuhan, parroting the CCP's propaganda and disinformation leading to millions of deaths worldwide. Secretary, how does rejoining an organization that aided and abetted China's cover-up strengthen global health security, and how does this not send the very regrettable signal as you head to Alaska next week to meet with your Chinese counterparts that this administration simply is not serious about holding the CCP accountable?
I think the answer to that is straightforward. Our prospects for reforming the World Health Organization, which very much needs it, I agree with you, are much better served if we're in the room and at the table than outside the room.
Yeah, I
When
appreciate
we pull out, China fills in. And when we pulled out of the WHO, who is then in a position to better dominate it? China.
Well, we were in the World Health Organization before the outbreak of the pandemic, and I understand the administration's position on this and the UN Human Rights Council on engagement. I get it. But I do think it does send a mixed message, and when you head to Anchorage, I would urge you to not let them misinterpret that as weakness. And I don't say that you're weak, but I'm just saying that could be perceived as a position of weakness and appeasement. I think that the administration is going to have a difficult time when you're across the table from a member of the Politburo on that point. On the Human Rights Council, on February 8th, you announced that the U.S. was rejoining the UN Human Rights Council. As you know, this is a council with China that you admit is committing genocide, authoritarian and communist regimes like Cuba, Russia. Since its founding in 2006, the Human Rights Council has not passed a single resolution condemning any of these countries. Meanwhile, Israel has been the target of 90 separate condemnations. Mr. Secretary, how does rejoining the Human Rights Council and legitimizing the council, which is a platform for Chinese Communist Party propaganda, how in the world does that in any way hold China accountable?
I guess two things. One, I share your concerns, as we discussed a little bit earlier, about the Council, about its unfairly singling out Israel. When we were a member of the Council, we managed to turn off a lot of those efforts. When we were outside the Council, no one was there to do it. So we're much more effective when we're there. Similarly on China, again, I agree with you, but it's interesting. This is the one area where the Council actually has put the spotlight on China's human rights.
My time has expired, but we want to hear the plan
The
when you
gentleman's time has
re-engage.
expired.
I yield back.
I now recognize Representative Dean Phillips of Minnesota for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a heartfelt welcome, Mr. Secretary. Let me start by celebrating your support of the creation of a special envoy for the Horn of Africa. I support that as well. You know better than anybody here that I think special envoys are most effective when they have a limited mandate and they're empowered by their Secretary of State. So with that in mind, can you just speak very quickly, if you would, about how you envision that operating, that mandate, and how it works into your overall plan for the Horn of Africa?
Well, simply put, we need a senior person who is going to be focused full-time on the challenges that we're seeing in the Horn of Africa, but particularly when it comes to the very challenging situation in Tigray and Ethiopia, but also challenges with regard to the Grand Renaissance Dam, also, or for that matter, when it comes to Sudan and Ethiopia. So we want to make sure that we have our resources dedicated to focusing on that at a senior level in a sustained way. And I hope we're able to move forward on that in the weeks ahead.
Okay, wonderful. I want to speak about misinformation, disinformation as well, too. I know you've covered a little bit of it, but we all witnessed, many of us in the very room, in fact, in the House chamber, how disinformation can affect our country, how susceptible we are, our whole democracy, not to mention the entire free world. And I believe the production of and distribution of disinformation by malign actors, China, Russia as examples, are as threatening to our country and the world as missiles, as viruses, and military force. And on the other end of the spectrum, we have countries like Burma and Ethiopia who are shutting down the internet
as a way to limit the very free speech and communication that we all value so highly. So I know you addressed a little bit of this, but how do you intend to employ diplomatic tools to confront these growing challenges?
One of the responsibilities that the department has, and again, it's an area we're going to spend a lot of time and focus on and resources on, is leading the effort around the world on, among other things, setting the norms and standards for conduct in cyberspace, including when it comes to misinformation and disinformation. So we are, I think, going to strengthen and augment our efforts in that area and actually exert American leadership. One of the challenges I think that we face broadly, and misinformation and disinformation comes into play here, is that increasingly we see a division in the world between technologically sophisticated democracies and technologically sophisticated autocracies. And we need to make sure that the technologically sophisticated democracies are actually working together, standing together to build better defenses, better resilience, but also to take on those countries that are abusing cyberspace, including with misinformation and disinformation. So we'll be organized to do that.
Just before my time expires, you mentioned earlier you might need more support to these ends. Can you share with us?
What
gentleman's time has expired.
We look forward to sending forward the budget and hope we get support for it.
Touche.
Thank you.
I now recognize Representative Greg Stubbe from Florida for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The South Korean Foreign Ministry announced that $7 billion in Iranian assets frozen in 2 South Korean banks due to the U.S. sanctions since September of 2019 would be released to Iran following, quote, consultations with the Biden administration. The Jerusalem Post called the $7 billion score, quote, another win for Iran under the new U.S. administration. Tehran has also been wringing concessions from Europe as well as the IAEA, while simultaneously using proxies in Iraq and Yemen to attack U.S. partners and allies. Bloomberg News reported that Iran is seeking to unfreeze additional funds held in Japan, Iraq, and Oman. Iran has been spending incredible amounts on developing new weapons, setting up missile launch sites to threaten the Persian Gulf, enriching uranium, and supporting its terrorist proxies in theaters like Yemen and Iraq, squandering billions of dollars that could have been spent on humanitarian supplies with the sanctions imposed by the Trump administration. The United States should not be lifting sanctions on the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism. And more importantly, the American people should not be finding out about it from foreign media outlets instead of our own government. So my question, Mr. Secretary, is why in the world would the Biden administration release billions of dollars to Iran?
We're not. The report is incorrect.
So we're not releasing any money?
We are not.
And there's no intention in the future to release any money?
As we've said, if Iran comes back into compliance with its obligations under the nuclear agreement, we would do the same thing. That would involve, if it came to that, if Iran made good on its obligations, sanctions relief pursuant to the agreement. But unless and until Iran comes back into compliance, they won't be getting that relief, and the report that you referred to is simply incorrect.
Well, that's good to hear, and I hope that you stand firm on not allowing anything as long as they are acting as the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Regarding China, in just a little over a month, I'm concerned that the Biden administration has begun to systematically undo President Trump's policies confronting the Chinese Communist Party. I would appreciate it if you could explain to me the reasoning behind some of the actions the administration has taken in terms of China, because I'm finding it baffling to understand how it makes any sense. In just 1 month, the administration has done the following: repeal President Trump's executive order preventing China as well as Putin's Russia from accessing the U.S. power grid, rejoin the WHO without getting a single reform out of the organization, refuse to commit to Huawei on the entities list, stop the implementation of President Trump's sanction of Chinese military companies operating in the U.S. I'd appreciate your insight into the reasoning behind these weak policies towards the CCP.
When it comes to China, again, we had an opportunity a minute ago to talk about the WHO. I think getting out of the WHO actually opened the door to China to potentially dominate the organization. Clearly not in our interest, and certainly not a way to advance reform. So we need to be tough and smart about China at the same time. These are not mutually exclusive propositions.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
The gentleman is correct. His time has expired. I now recognize Representative Colin Allred from Texas for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Blinken, for your incredible generosity with your time today. I think it says a lot about getting off on the right foot of working with the Congress, and we certainly appreciate it. I want to talk to you about Afghanistan. I was there the November before last, visiting our troops over Thanksgiving, met with some of the rising military leaders in the Afghan military, had a lot of respect for them, and I think they were doing a good job, recognized some of the challenges with the government. You are, of course, aware of the February 2020 agreement that the Trump administration put in place with the Afghan government and the Taliban, with troop withdrawals coming up here in May of this year. And I understand that you're doing a review of that agreement and of the compliance on the Taliban side with the things that they were supposed to do. I wonder if you could give us some information on the status of that review, whether you anticipate delays or changes to the timeline, and just generally how you see us working to kind of thread this needle between trying to bring together these two disparate entities, given their historic and long-standing conflicts with one another.
Thank you. You're right. It is under review. I don't want to prejudge the outcome of that review. There haven't been any decisions made yet on force posture when it comes to May 1st. But as we're doing the review, we are also pressing ahead with a diplomatic effort to try to drive the two parties to negotiate and to put in place agreements that would be the foundation for a just and durable peace in Afghanistan. And that, of course, is a very tall order, but one that we're working on, and especially enlisting others into the effort, because as we were discussing a little bit earlier, neighboring countries have a huge stake in Afghanistan, not being a terrain for civil war that spills over the borders, and they have influence with various parties. So we're engaging them, we're engaging the United Nations and others to try to move the parties to a meaningful negotiation, even as we're looking very hard at the obligations the Taliban has made in the agreement that you referenced, particularly with regard to not supporting terrorist groups that could strike the United States, and reducing violence. So all of that is going on at the same time. And of course, when we do make decisions following the review, we'll be in full consultation with you on that.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate the commitment on consultation as well. This is obviously our longest-standing military conflict at this point, and we appreciate your efforts to have a multilateral approach to this. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Dan Muser of Pennsylvania for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate you being with us here today. So I know you answered a couple of questions related to Iran. Iran is the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it's certainly an important issue. President Obama, years back, stated how the Iran deal did not resolve all problems. Now, do you plan to have a more holistic approach and recognize the need to address not just the nuclear program, but the fact that Iran does sponsor terrorism throughout the region?
Yes, it's very important not only to deal with the nuclear challenge posed by Iran, but indeed with these other problems as well, the ballistic missile program, the destabilizing activities, the support for terrorism. The nuclear piece is vitally important, though, because, of course, that's what potentially poses the greatest threat to the United States. And an Iran with a nuclear weapon, or one that has the threshold capacity to build one in very short order, could be acting with even greater impunity in all these other areas. But to your point, yes, it's important to address all of the actions that we find deeply objectionable.
All right, thank you. The Development Finance Corporation was created to mobilize private sector investment to advance U.S. foreign policy and provide the developing world with alternatives to state-backed financing like the Belt and Road Initiative. As you are the chairman of the DFC board, can you tell me if the Development Finance Corporation is engaged at the moment in promoting free and fair markets in the developing world and counter any malign actors such as perhaps China?
It absolutely is, and as it happens, in my capacity as chairman of the board, I actually chaired the board meeting yesterday. I think I'm the first Secretary of State to have actually chaired the board meeting. I am extremely enthusiastic about the Development Finance Corporation, the tool that it gives us to do exactly what you talked about, And it's done incredibly impressive work already, and this is something that's going to be an area of sustained focus for me.
That's great. Can we get updates along the way?
With pleasure.
All right, terrific. Quickly, on Ethiopia, the conflict in the Tigray, it's a real humanitarian crisis. What leverage does the U.S. have to try to bring some calm and peace to Ethiopia?
It is a matter, as we've already discussed, of deep concern to us. The very credible reports of human rights abuses and atrocities in Tigray are deeply troubling, deeply disturbing, and ongoing, as best we can tell. So I've been personally engaged with Prime Minister Abiy of Ethiopia, as well as with other regional leaders. We have very active efforts by our diplomats to try to move this forward to a better place. And that means getting humanitarian aid workers in with full access. It means getting accountability and investigations for what went on. It means getting the Eritrean forces out, the Amharic region forces out, and it means a reconciliation process that brings the country together. We're working on all of that.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
I now recognize the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, and Global Human Rights, Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and I apologize, Mr. Secretary, if I'd missed if this question was asked of you. I know we've been talking about Iran quite a lot. It seems like there's a kind of a stalemate with Iran negotiations, as both sides have been waiting for the other side to make the first move. It is a plain fact that we're the ones who left the deal. Why shouldn't we be the one that make the first move to rejoin?
Thank you. A couple of things on that. First, as you noted, we've been very clear that the path to diplomacy is open, and we're fully prepared to engage on it. And the President said repeatedly that if Iran comes back into compliance, we will too, and then we will try to work on the other issues that divide us, including lengthening and strengthening the agreement and dealing with these other issues that we just discussed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary. If we are not re-entering the deal, how do we expect them to be in compliance? Shouldn't that happen first before we ask them to be in compliance?
The challenge is you just can't re-enter the deal by flipping a switch. We pulled out of the deal 3 years ago. The Iranians have unfortunately moved further and further away from their own compliance, and so there are and there would be challenging issues to work through that require actually talking about it that are necessary. That's why when the European Union invited all of the parties, or in our case, former parties to the deal, to start having that conversation, we immediately said yes. The Iranians have said no, and really the ball is in their court to see if they're interested in pursuing diplomacy. We are.
Appreciate that. Why haven't you lifted the sanctions that the Trump administration placed on the ICC staff, including the prosecutor Fatou Bensouda?
We're currently reviewing those sanctions. We want to make the best determination we can about the best way forward in terms of engaging the ICC. We discussed a little earlier our deep concerns about some of the ICC's efforts to exert jurisdiction in areas where we believe they don't or should not have it, but it would also be good to have a productive relationship with the ICC, and it's something that we're reviewing.
So are you saying there is legitimacy to the sanctions that were placed under Trump on the ICC?
No, all I'm saying is that it's something that's under review, and at the same time, we have real concerns about some of the assertions of jurisdiction with which we disagree, but we share certainly a common view that there needs to be accountability.
I do appreciate that, Secretary. I would like to get a clear answer on why the sanctions aren't removed. I mean, having concerns don't actually respond to why the sanctions aren't removed at the moment.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
No, just to finish up, I'd be pleased to talk to you once we complete our review and work through what we've agreed to.
The gentlelady's
Look forward
time
to that.
Expired.
Thank you, Chairman.
I now recognize Representative Claudia Tenney of New York for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member McCall, Secretary Blinken. We are so honored to have you here, and congratulations on this position. We look forward to working with you, and thank you for being so generous with your time to try to talk to all of us. Restoring America's leadership in the world by putting the interests of the American people first is my top priority in Congress and on this committee. Doing what's right for the American people won't always receive praise from the pundits, but again, the pundits shouldn't be the standard by which we measure success. As public servants, we should be judged by how we deliver for the American people. To this end, I think it's valuable to reflect on the previous 4 years with clear eyes and to build on what worked and understand what didn't work. And with a son in the Marines, we've made real progress to increase burden sharing and reduce costs of our deployments overseas, while our presence abroad is a stabilizing force and necessary burden. I do urge you to continue these efforts to make sure our friends pay their fair share. When it comes to China, the United States for the first time, has seriously confronted China with a tough and realistic approach, and I urge you to continue. Confronting China's efforts to undermine the rules-based order is truly a challenge of our time, and I thank you for recognizing that. Finally, the United States has made historic gains to promote peace and stability in the Middle East. This success stemmed first from credibly confronting the threat posed by Iran, but also from building trust with our partners in the region through frank discussions and meaningful collaboration. I know you'll continue with this approach. I want to get to my first question, which actually has to do with Iran. And the Iranian-backed Houthis continue to behave like a terrorist organization. They repeatedly attack our partners in the Gulf, proliferate deadly weapons, collude with Iran, and target civilians. Iran has spent hundreds of millions of dollars assisting the Houthis in Yemen. Tehran's provision of aid to the Houthis has expanded and intensified this tragic conflict. Just days ago, the Houthis claimed another attack on a major Saudi oil port on the Persian Gulf with drones and missiles. Can you confirm whether this attack was launched from Yemen or was it launched from elsewhere in the region, such as maybe from Iraq or even Iran?
I'm not sure that I can get into that in this setting. I'd be happy to follow up with you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I understand it might be sensitive. And the next, I had 100 questions for you, but one real urgent issue I have with you is I represent Utica, New York, which is home to thousands of refugees, but particularly 4,000 Burmese refugees. And I welcome the administration's targeted sanction measures, but recognize the Burmese people continue to suffer. We simply must do more to continue to stand with the people of Burma in their quest for democracy and freedom, development, peace. Last month, I sent you a letter. I would love to be able to set up a briefing with you or your staff to talk further about this issue if that's possible.
I welcome doing that.
Thank you so much.
The gentlelady's time has
Thank you, sir.
expired. I now recognize the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Asia, the Pacific, Central Asia, and Non-Proliferation, Representative Andy Levin of Michigan, for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Blinken. It's great to see you. Appreciate you making it a priority of spending some time with us. Congrats on your confirmation. I'm going to jump right in and see if we can get through a few questions in 3 minutes. I'm terrified by Jovenel Moise's anti-democratic actions in Haiti. The Trump administration legitimized those actions. They did little to support accountability when there was clear evidence of rampant corruption. They sidelined Haitian civil society, and they pushed for elections while doing nothing to ensure they'd be free, fair, and credible. The Moise regime cannot oversee credible elections. What changes should we expect to see to Haiti policy under a President Joseph R. Biden?
Something that we're very actively looking at. I share your concern about some of the authoritarian and undemocratic actions that we've seen, particularly this irregular rule by decree and decrees getting into the heart of Haitian democratic institutions. So we're making it very clear that for now, while we have this, decrees need to be limited to essential functions. And to your point, we need to see the Haitians organize with international support genuinely free and fair elections this year. On the books, at least for now, are legislative and presidential elections in the fall in September and November. And we will focus on doing what we can to make sure that they are, in fact, free and fair, but it's something that we're actively looking at.
Well, I appreciate that, and with all due respect, I don't think we can have free and fair elections from, organized by this regime. I first went to Haiti in 1980, and I'd love to work with you all on trying to come up with a sensible policy. It would be a great honor to do that. Thank you. Let me move on quickly to Ukraine. It's such a critical partner. Can you tell us what engagement has taken place at the senior levels of the State Department and the White House to further ongoing reforms in Ukraine and coordinate on shared interests and support the regime there, the democratic government there?
Sure. I think in the first instance, I think I spoke to my Ukrainian counterpart, the foreign minister, maybe my first week on the job. It's something that I am personally committed to. Something I spent a lot of time on when I was in the Obama administration as Deputy National Security Advisor and then as Deputy Secretary of State. So we're very focused on supporting Ukraine, supporting its democracy, supporting its fight against corruption, and of course, supporting its efforts to ward off aggression from Russia, particularly in eastern Ukraine and the Donbass, and of course, rejecting the attempted annexation of Crimea. So across the board, I think you'll see us sustain and even deepen support for Ukraine, and we want to make sure that we're doing our part in helping it continue on its democratic trajectory.
Thanks. That's music to my ears, and you've got a lot of bipartisan support here for that. I
The
yield
gentleman's
back,
time
Mr.
has
Chairman.
expired. I now recognize Representative August Pfluger from Texas for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Secretary, thank you for being here. Congratulations. Also, thank you for your work with the families of those who have loved ones that are unlawfully detained, including my constituent, Trevor Reed. I just want to ask you, are you committed to bringing Trevor home? And will you discuss Trevor with your counterparts at the highest levels of government in Russia?
Yes and yes.
Thank you.
And in fact, I already have. In my conversation with the Russian foreign minister, I indeed raised that the very first conversation we had.
Thank you very much. On the subject of Russia, do you believe that Russia is a threat to the United States, to our allies, not only in Eastern Europe, but all throughout Europe, and to our U.S. interest?
Yes.
Okay. On that, Mr. Secretary, I believe that energy security is national security. I have some serious concerns about rejoining the Paris Climate Accords because we have 3 minutes. I'm going to move on. Being dependent upon an adversary for your energy needs is extremely dangerous. It reduces your national security. And this is what Nord Stream 2 will do. And not having affordable, reliable energy cuts at the heart of the security for our allies and partners in Eastern Europe and the Baltic states. So in the spirit of reinvigorating relationships in Europe, I want to make sure that our allies and our partners in Eastern Europe are heard, that their concerns are heard. Will you commit to moving swiftly, to cutting through bureaucratic and unnecessary red tape to impose sanctions on the right actors to do exactly what the threat of the 2019 congressionally mandated sanctions would do?
We've already imposed sanctions on one leading actor, and we're very actively reviewing additional sanctions for anyone who is sanctionable in terms of what they're doing to support the pipeline.
Well, I think when we look back at the 2019 sanctions, it did have an effect. It stopped progress. It's allowing, I've spoken with many of the Baltic state countries and Eastern European countries this week. They're very concerned about what this does to the security, not only in Eastern Europe, but all throughout. On the subject of Iran, very concerned about rejoining the JCPOA, and I appreciate your comments on that. I just want to hear your thoughts on strengthening our relationship with Israel, making sure that our relationship throughout the Gulf states and in Israel will continue as the progress was made in the last couple of years.
We have an unshakable commitment to Israel's security, and it starts with the President of the United States, who has been a long and strong supporter of Israel, its security, and the relationship with the United States. So that's something that is going to continue. And when it comes to something like, for example, the Iran nuclear agreement, we are committed to working, consulting, and talking to our closest partners and allies, including Israel, including the Gulf states, regarding anything that we might do going forward on that agreement. We need to be engaged with them since it affects them too on the takeoff, not on the landing, and we're committed to doing that.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Europe, Energy, the Environment, and Cyber, Representative Abigail Spanberger of Virginia, for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for joining us today. I look forward to working with you closely. I'd like to focus my questions on our most critical national security and diplomatic asset, the public servants who serve our country at home and abroad. Looking out for their safety is absolutely critical. I will be following up with a number of questions for the record, but I'd like to run through just a couple in the time that we have. I'd like to ask you about the mysterious and harmful attacks on U.S. personnel. Sometimes or often referred to as Havana syndrome, though attacks have not been limited to occurring only in Cuba. The lack of a coordinated approach has been an impediment to affected personnel, their ability to receive medical care, and the management of pieces of this issue. Will the Biden administration and the department under your leadership set up a whole-of-government approach to ensure that we're addressing these attacks?
Yes, I'm deeply committed to that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And if you can share in an unclassified setting, has the U.S. government identified the perpetrator or the entities behind these attacks?
There's not much I can say in this setting, but I think the short answer to your question is no.
Thank you. The department has announced that a senior person would be appointed to manage this issue. I appreciate this step towards a long overdue effort to address it. Has this person yet been identified or appointed?
We're working on that in the State Department itself to make sure that we have a senior person dedicated to this and one who can speak directly to the senior leadership. We're doing that, and to your earlier point, we're making sure that we have a whole-of-government approach, including a strong interagency process, including working with the other agencies that have been directly affected or may have particular knowledge or expertise when it comes to figuring out what happened, who is responsible, how we protect our people going forward, and also how we make good for those who have suffered.
And certainly how we take actions to assure it doesn't happen again.
Absolutely.
As a Virginian, and so many of those who serve in the department are residents of either our district or neighboring districts, I do want to raise the issue related to COVID-19 vaccinations and my hope that the department is moving expeditiously to ensure the safety, particularly of personnel serving overseas. And one last point that I wanted to raise in the limited time is last Congress, our committee was made aware of some allegations of politically motivated or retaliatory behavior towards members of our nation's foreign service. And you've said that being proactive in supporting and assisting department officials who may have experienced such behavior is a priority. I hope you will take action to instruct the department to redress these past wrongs with haste so that our career diplomats can be a part of strengthening, rebuilding our career foreign service so that they may continue doing the good work of the people. I hope that will be a priority of yours, sir.
Both are. COVID is an absolute priority, especially the safety and security of our personnel. We're working very hard on that. We've allocated about 80% of the vaccines that we've gotten to our missions in the field.
Great.
We want to make sure that we cover all of our workforce. It was very slow early on, thankfully, now picking up.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize the ranking member for the Subcommittee on International Development, International Organizations, and Global Corporate and Social Impact, Representative Nicole Malotakis of New York, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It is wonderful to have you here today. Congratulations. I look forward to working with you. Would like to get a more clear statement of the stand of the Biden administration regarding the illegal occupation of Cyprus by Turkey, and also the what can be done to help stop the Turkish aggression in the Mediterranean and the Aegean.
We had an opportunity to talk about this a little bit earlier, and just to emphasize a couple of points, this is something that President Biden himself has been deeply engaged on, I think, as you know, for many years as a senator, as vice president, and now as president. We strongly support the reunification of Cyprus as a bizonal, bicommunal federation. We will lend our own diplomatic weight to that effort and also support the UN's efforts in that direction. And as we talked about a little bit earlier as well, we've been very concerned about some of the aggressive actions we've seen in the Eastern Mediterranean. We have and we will continue to call them out. I think one of the positive developments has been Turkey's more positive engagement in recent weeks with the European Union in particular in that area. And so we're hopeful that that temperature at least continues to go down and remain low. But I think I can safely say you'll see the United States and our diplomats very much involved and engaged on Cyprus and trying, after many, too many years, to move things forward.
Does the gentlelady yield? Is she on mute?
Mr. Chairman, are you able to hear me?
I hear you now. Go right ahead. Ms. Melitakis? If Ms. Melitakis comes back, she has 1 minute and 10 seconds left. So we'll come back to her if she if we're able to get her her voice back. So as of right now, I will yield to the representative from New Jersey, Mr. Andy Kim, for 3 minutes.
Secretary Blinken, thank you so much for coming here today. Just wanted to jump right in. Earlier today, I was on the Armed Services Committee. We was talking to General Abrams, our commander in Korea, and I asked him a question about whether or not it's time to formally declare an end to the Korean War, and whether or not there was any military considerations on that angle. He said there was no immediate military concerns on his angle. So I just wanted to ask you that directly. After 70 years, is it time to formally end the Korean War?
Well, first and foremost, we have to make sure that we are doing everything we can to advance the security of our allies and partners, starting with South Korea as well as Japan, working toward denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, and of course, making sure that our own security equities are taken into account. So when it comes to anything of that nature, that significant, that dramatic, of course, the first thing we would need to do is to make an assessment of our own judgment about whether that could advance all of the things I just talked about, but of course, to be engaged in very close consultations with our partners, starting with the Republic of Korea. When it comes to North Korea, the policy itself and our approach is something we're also reviewing to make sure we have the best possible tools to advance denuclearization, and in particular to look at the different pressure points we may have, as well as some of the diplomatic opportunities, so that we can hopefully make progress on something that has been a very challenging issue and vexing issue for many administrations.
Well, look, I agree with you on that front, and I'm glad that you'll be moving forward with that kind of review. And I just ask that we, as we do that, that we see things for where they are right now, and that we don't always have this shadow hanging over us for decades to come that often skew some of the ways that we see things. Last question here, just you're going to go meet with the Chinese. I heard some of the comments you made earlier today to some of my colleagues about that. We're probably going to see tomorrow a devastating blow to the autonomy and democracy in Hong Kong. And I'll be honest with you, Secretary Blinken, I struggle to think about how Hong Kong's going to recover from this one. You know, this really feels like this is sort of the end of the pursuit for that type of one country, two systems. How are you thinking through it? How can we recover, and what can we do beyond just having words and coordinated statements? I hope that is something that we can do with nations around the world, but what else can we do?
I very much share your concerns, and this is something that we're in very close consultation with a series of allies and partners. First and foremost, to speak with one clear voice across countries, and you've seen things that have emerged from the G7 and also the HRC. But beyond that, there's specific actions that we've taken, including visa denials, sanctions. I think one big question is going to be, what is the business environment in Hong Kong going forward, and how do our own companies operate?
Gentleman's time has expired. If Representative Melitakis is with us, she is recognized for 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now?
We hear you.
Okay, fantastic. I'm sorry about that, Mr. Secretary. I was going to say two things. I'll combine it into one question because I'm short on time. First of all, with regards to policy towards Cuba, as somebody who has family there and understands the suffering of the Cuban people, I hope that we will work to try to make sure we receive some concessions, some type of negotiation is done. There are many of us that were not happy with the previous, the Obama administration's lack of negotiation and trying to bring, whether it's democracy or human rights or ending the dual currency system of Cuba that has hurt its people. We hope that you will take an active approach in trying to work toward being the leader of the free world and trying to spread that to the Cuban people. And also, as you look to re-enter the United Nations Security Council, I just urge if you could please use the leverage to try to help people suffering under human rights conditions around the globe. The fact that Maduro was given a platform by the United Nations Human Rights Council to speak at its very first meeting was offensive. And I think that, and I would like to know what are some of your thoughts on how you can best leverage re-entry.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Let me just say I appreciate both comments, and I'm sure we'll find a way to come back to you on them.
I now recognize Representative Peter Meyer of Michigan for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Blinken, for being with us here today. And I also want to offer my congratulations on your new role. I appreciate a lot of the questions that my colleagues have asked before, and I'm going to touch on a few of them in greater depth. But first, I just wanted to address an issue that Ms. Tenney from New York raised around the Burmese refugee population in her district. Our district, Michigan's 3rd Congressional, has a large number of Burmese refugees in the city of Battle Creek. I know they're watching with grave concern and disappointment at what's happened so far with the ruling junta and the new coup that we're witnessing, in addition to the attacks on peaceful protesters. So I appreciate that this is something that you're keeping a very close eye on, and please let us know what we can do to support a peaceful transition and a pathway back towards some of the progress that was being made over the past decade. And in addition, I'm appreciative that you mentioned the Tigray conflict and the recent massacre, or I shouldn't say recent, the massacre that we just recently were made aware of in Axum. Again, I think it's incredibly worrying that similar to the 2015 Zaria massacre in Nigeria, these horrific acts of violence, these atrocities are suppressed, communication links are shut down, and we only learn of it later on. So anything we can do, and then I impress upon you to continue to shed light on those and ensure that we don't have repeats of such catastrophes. But I wanted to touch upon something that Ms. Spanberger referenced as well, specifically around COVID vaccinations for State Department employees. Can you share what geographic reasons still require additional vaccines within the broad State Department global environment?
Sure. And thank you. And this really is at the top of my priority list, the safety and security of our personnel across the board, and COVID-19 in particular. And as I think I mentioned earlier, one of the frustrations shared by the previous administration, because I had conversations with my outgoing colleagues about this, is that we received far fewer vaccines at the department back in December than we originally were led to believe and anticipated, and we've been playing catch-up ever since. The good news is we've made dramatic progress in the last weeks. As I think I mentioned, we have allocated 80% of the vaccines we received to the field. And we've done that on a studied basis, not arbitrarily. We've looked at where the most urgent need was. We've looked at the different factors involved, including where we had the greatest concerns, the greatest risks, and we've allocated them accordingly. I'm very hopeful that we'll be in a position to get everyone in the very near future. The other thing that we've done is we've made sure that our entire workforce knows what we're doing, that we have real transparency in terms of the policy in getting vaccines and getting people vaccinated. So we've been sharing that information on a weekly basis with the entire workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And I'm out of time, but just wanted to emphasize, I think Pakistan is the only special incentive post that is yet to receive vaccination. So I'd appreciate it if that could be prioritized. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I now recognize Representative Chrissy Houlihan from Pennsylvania for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
I appreciate the time to talk, and I just wanted to start by saying, before I get to my questions, I wanted to correct some of the false information that was made earlier about the UNFPA or the United Nations Population Fund. To date, there has not been evidence that the UNFPA supports coercive abortion or involuntary sterilizations. And several evaluations by the U.S. government and other groups have found no evidence of direct engagement by UNFPA in such activities in China or elsewhere. In years when a determination has been made that UNFPA violated Kent Caston, the U.S. government has stated that the determination was based on its conclusion that the UNFPA support to or partner with the Chinese government for other population and reproductive health activities, and it was sufficient grounds for invoking the amendment to withhold funding. The UNFPA does not promote abortion as a method of family planning or fund abortion services. And I personally led the charge here in the U.S. House to renew U.S. funding for UNFPA because of the critical role that it plays in saving lives of women around the world. And I know that President Biden has already begun the process of resuming that funding. So my question to you, sir, is what more could the United States be doing to lead on issues of global gender equality? And how is the State Department incorporating gender analysis into its policymaking process?
This is something that is central to our work and to our actions. One of the things we've institutionalized in recent years is a very senior official to advance global women's issues, and we'll be naming someone to that post, I hope shortly. We just celebrated, as you know, International Women's Day. I was very honored to be able to help designate awards to extraordinary women of courage around the world with the First Lady at the State Department. But that also had, I think, the purpose of shining a strong spotlight on issues of gender, particularly when it comes to advancing peace and security, as well as, of course, to protecting the rights of women and girls around the world. So this is central to the State Department's mission, and we have a very senior person and team dedicated to doing that every single day.
Thank you. I really want to emphasize the importance of health and reproductive health in women and girls, and their livelihoods are certainly dependent on their health being there. You certainly can't grow and thrive and create the opportunities that we want and expect of women all over the world if they are not alive to receive those opportunities. And so I'm really grateful to hear that this administration will be working on issues of health and reproductive health as well. So thanks, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Representative Young Kim from California for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Mix, and thank you, Secretary Blinken, for joining us today. There are a lot of policy issues we can discuss, but I would like to focus on a few priorities in Asia. First, on Taiwan. For decades, Taiwan has been an invaluable security and global health partner to the United States. And given the numerous contributions to the international community and strong democratic system, it should be clear to everyone today that Taiwan deserves a seat at the table like the WHO, to share with the rest of the world about its expertise. So I would urge the Biden administration to also push for Taiwan's inclusion in the upcoming Democracy Summit that I know you will be participating in organizing, and begin talks for a free trade agreement negotiation as well. So I hope that I can get your commitment to work on this issue.
Absolutely committed to working on it. I share your view that Taiwan is a strong democracy, a very strong technological power, and a country that can contribute to the world, not just its own people.
Right.
COVID is a very good example of it.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. On North Korea, in 2004, Congress passed the North Korea Human Rights Act and created a position for Special Envoy on North Korea human rights issues. But as you know, that position has been vacant since 2017. And this position is critical for coordinating with South Korea on our dealings with North Korea and recognize the promotion of human rights issues to bring it on the front burner. And it's very essential for our national interests and to strengthen American diplomacy globally and our leadership. So the appointment also, I speak as a Korean American myself and speaking on behalf of the Korean American community, the special envoy is a dire and urgent need given that there are hundreds of Korean Americans that have yet to reunify with their loved ones, long lost relatives in North Korea. So I hope that we will have someone that will be nominated and appointed to fill this position as quickly as possible too.
Yeah, it's an issue I feel strongly about and agree with you.
Thank you. Also, I'd like to draw your attention on our trilateral partnership with Japan and South Korea. As you know, this relationship between Seoul and Tokyo has been sort of at the lowest points in the recent decades. But we need these two allies who are strong allies and partners of the United States to work together effectively in order to carry out our critical intelligence sharing, like GSOMIA on North Korea. So Tokyo and Seoul cooperation is essential to promoting the secure and peaceful Indo-Pacific issue. So I have your commitment on that too.
Couldn't agree more. Something I was very involved in when I was Deputy Secretary and will
With
continue.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you.
I now recognize the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on International Development, International Organizations, and Global Corporate Social Impact, Representative Sarah Jacobs of California, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for staying so long. It's great to see you, and I look forward to working with you. Before I ask you my question, I just want to assure some of my colleagues who have expressed consternation about the southern border that, representative of a border city, we feel very safe and secure and welcome our immigrant communities. Mr. Secretary, I wanted to ask you your thoughts on what I think is one of the central questions of U.S. foreign policy that often gets in the way of many of our other priorities that you so eloquently talked about, and that's the question of intervention. And I was wondering if you could talk a bit about your thinking on when the United States should intervene in humanitarian crises. I think over the past decades, we've seen both the costs of action and the costs of inaction. And under what conditions you think we should intervene, and if we don't intervene in a traditional sense, how you would approach the need to uphold our values and responsibility to protect.
Well, this is something I wish we had more than 2 minutes to talk about. I couldn't agree with you more. It's one of the most, I think, challenging questions we face, and I think you put it very well. We've seen the costs of doing too much, the costs of doing too little. Here's what I can tell you in the brief time that we have. One, the President is committed to putting diplomacy first in everything we do. That means obviously having the strongest military in the world, because that actually makes our diplomacy more effective, but to making sure that that is a tool of last resort, not first resort. And to use our diplomacy to prevent conflicts, to stop them when they've emerged, and in particular, to mobilize other countries, because that's our greatest strength, our ability to do that, to deal with these problems, and in particular, humanitarian crises. So that's the first. That's kind of the first response. I think when it comes to military interventions, we have to make sure that again, it's really a tool of last resort. That there's actually a clear and achievable mission, that we can do it on a sustainable basis, and we have the informed consent of the American people. That's where it's most vital, and of course, that's where Congress comes in. So this is an area where we want to work closely with Congress going forward, because otherwise, none of this will really be sustainable. And I think there's a lot of work to do, especially on the foundation of the last 20 years.
Well, thank you. As a millennial who's never known a day in my adult life the United States hasn't been at war, I thank you. My last question, quickly, in the national security guidance, or the interim national security guidance, the Biden-Harris administration talks about modernizing the architecture of international cooperation, and I was wondering if you could talk a bit more about what you envision that modernization to look like.
Sure. Just very quickly, you know, this architecture that we helped put in place has served us incredibly well over 75 plus years. But of course, a lot of it was put in place a long time ago for a very different world. And I think the architecture has to be looked at to make sure it's accounting for the world we live in, not the world we lived in.
Thank you.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize Representative Maria Salazar of Florida for 3 minutes.
See you.
Mike.
Sorry. 11 seconds out. Mr. Secretary, it's great to meet you.
I represent Miami, which is the capital of the Americas and home to thousands and thousands of exiles from all over Latin America. So it's great to be able to talk to you. I want to talk to you about Cuba, Colombia, Venezuela, socialism, and Nicaragua. So that's why I want to use my time effectively. I only need a yes or a no from you. Will you commit to continue implementing the Helms-Burton Law until the Castro regime opens the democratic game in Cuba? Yes or no?
And forgive me, because I didn't hear which
The
law?
Helms-Burton Law, Libertad Act.
Yeah, we're not taking any unilateral actions on Cuba in advance of any consultations with the Congress. We have no plans to
Is
take
it
any
going
action.
to continue being implemented? Yes or no?
We'll always implement the law.
Well, it wasn't for 30 years up until the last administration. Are you going to keep the Helms-Burton Law intact?
We will implement the law.
Thank you. Will you commit to consult with the Cuban-American exile community before you engage in any type of economic or political speaking or any type of engagement with the Cuban regime? Would you commit to engage with my community before you do
We
that?
will absolutely consult and engage with Cuban Americans on anything having to do with Cuba.
Thank you. Let's talk to Colombia. You know that 2 months ago, the Colombian media intercepted a dossier coming from Cuba, which outlines in detail how Havana was plotting to steal Colombia's presidential election. Well, you were aware of this.
I haven't seen that, no.
Well, this is coming from a very reputable publication in Colombia. Maybe you will want to see it. In 1 year, Colombia eradicated a record of 130,000 hectares of cocaine. That is 20 times the size of Manhattan. That is 10 times more than the Santos administration killed in 4 years. Do you bless what the Duque administration is doing to eradicate this evil?
We do, and we have to do more. And in particular, we also have to help Colombians create alternative livelihoods for people so that they don't get into
Let's go to
that business.
Nicaragua. Are you concerned that the Nicaraguan opposition will participate in the upcoming presidential election without real guarantees that those elections are going to be free and fair?
We have deep concerns about those elections and their ability to be free and fair.
And will you consider the possibility of breaking diplomatic relations with Nicaragua and the Ortega regime if that is the case?
Well, we have...
Will you consider the possibility if they steal the elections?
We'll always consider any possibility, but our job, our business at the State Department is to continue to find ways to engage countries, even countries with
But
which
even
we
if
have
they
egregious...
steal presidential elections, will
Well,
you
we have lots of countries that we're dealing with around the world that are doing things we find
But not
profoundly
Nicaragua.
objectionable.
Not Nicaragua. You didn't answer my question. Venezuela. Would you consider including Venezuela on the list of countries that sponsor terrorism right now?
If it meets the requirements of the law, yes.
Well, they engage with Hezbollah. They help Hamas. They are with Iran. Would you consider
The gentlelady's time has
It meets the
expired.
law, yes.
Yeah, and I have one more question.
No, the
According to your
gentlelady's
assessment-
time has
Could
expired.
I have?
The gentlelady's
we can
time
follow up if
has
you like after.
expired. I now recognize,
I would love to talk socialism in the Americas. Thank you, sir.
the gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on the Middle East, North Africa, and Global Counterterrorism, Representative Kathy Manning of North Carolina, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your incredible patience in staying so that each of us could ask our questions. I also want to thank you for your repeated and emphatic commitment that you will work not only to make sure Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon, but also to address Iran's malign behavior in sponsoring terrorism in the Middle East and around the world. I want to turn to the frightening global rise of white supremacists and anti-Semitism, and it was not lost on many of us that one of the January 6th insurrectionists wore a Camp Auschwitz t-shirt. What role do you see for the United States in combating global violent white supremacists and anti-Semitism?
We have to combat both at home, and we have to combat both around the world, and we have to make sure that we are organizing with other countries to do that. And that's something that I place personal importance on.
And you will take steps to foster the combating of both of those, both white supremacists and anti-Semitism?
Yes.
Thank you. Turning to Israel, what role do you see for the United States in fostering a path toward peace between Israel and the Palestinians?
Two things. First, as we talked about a little bit earlier, the moves toward normalization with Israel by a variety of countries, including the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain and Sudan and Morocco, we think are very positive, and we want to build on those. And that's good, good for all countries concerned. It's good for the cause of peace and stability. It's good for economic progress as well. Having said that, those accords and those steps don't mean that the Israel-Palestinian challenge goes away. It doesn't. It's still there, and I think we have an obligation to continue to try to work on it and advance the prospects for a two-state solution, which is ultimately the only way that Israel will truly be secure as a Jewish and democratic state, and the Palestinians will have the state to which they're entitled.
So do you believe that reports of the death of the two-state solution are premature?
I do, because at the end of the day, there is not a good alternative, again, that protects Israel's future as a Jewish and democratic state and gives the Palestinians the state that they're entitled to.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the Representative Jim Costa of California for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your time as well. And I also believe that as part of your overall efforts that restoring morale for the men and women who have served our nation in the State Department is going to be among your high priorities after the last 4 years. I want to ask a couple quick questions. It's been touched upon earlier, but the efforts with regards to the November 8th accord between Azerbaijan and Armenia included resolution of prisoners of war and citizens that are still being withheld by Azerbaijan. I would like you to focus some time to figure out how we might be able to return those per the agreement. And if you could let us know of a plan. We have a group that is trying to put pressure on the Azerbaijans to keep their agreement.
Yeah,
that would be helpful.
I agree with you. I spoke to the Armenian Prime Minister just a few days ago, and this was one of the things that we focused on.
In addition to that, the strength of our transatlantic relationship, as I mentioned to you earlier this afternoon, with our allies in the European Union are critical. Your thoughts about how we can let China and Russia know that that our allies are more or less trying to get back on the same page as it relates to our adversarial relationship with both China and Russia?
Well, I think it starts with the fact that we are and we will be showing up again. We're already engaged virtually and soon in person with our closest NATO partners, with NATO itself, with the European Union, and our individual partners there. And I think you're going to see a very robust agenda, for example, when it comes to NATO, and advancing some of the critical reforms necessary to make sure that NATO is well positioned to deal with the challenges of this time and of this moment, including the Secretary General's efforts to have a new strategic doctrine for NATO in the years ahead. We're going to be very engaged on that, and a full and strong participant in NATO's activities and its leadership.
I think
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think your commitment to maintain our forces there in Germany is a part of that effort. This is tied to that. Our role in NATO obviously will help foster a space by restoring democracy to some of the countries in Eastern Europe that have drifted back toward Russia and become more authoritarian. Any ideas about how we deal with that?
Well, one of the things that we're doing, as you know, is focusing very intently on democracy and on the community democracies. And part of that will involve having a summit for democracies probably toward the end of the year, and also making sure that all of the members of our alliance are committed or recommitted to democratic values. And we'll be engaged with all of them.
Well, thank you. My time's expired. Look forward to working with you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere, Civilian Security, Migration, and International Economic Policy, Representative Juan Vargas of California, for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And Mr. Secretary, what an honor to have you here. I would like to talk to you about 3 things. The case of Father Stan Swamy, a Jesuit priest that was arrested on October 8th, 2020, by the Indian Counter-Terrorist Task Force and accused of being a Maoist. The issue of the U.S.-Mexico border, especially the asylum seekers, and Iran's nuclear problem. It is a problem, their program. The first issue is Father Swamy. Father Swamy was arrested in Bagacha, India, a Jesuit social action center, on October 8th, 2020, by the Indian Counterterrorist Task Force for the National Investigation Agency for his alleged links with Maoists for instigating the violence at Bhima Koregaon near Pune in 2017. He's been in prison for more than 130 days on completely unfounded charges. It's absolutely ridiculous that he's a Maoist. He's a Jesuit. I'm a former Jesuit myself. I can tell you it's incompatible. And he's 83 years old and very sick. I did talk to the Indian ambassador who's looking into it, but I hope you look into that. It's an incredible injustice, and this poor man needs to...
Please share the information with us if you haven't already, and we'll look into it.
Thank you very much. The second issue, I live in San Diego. I live along the border. It's very safe. And I can tell you that a person who's an immigrant has the right to present themselves at the border and seek asylum. So when the children do that, please don't put them in cages. Please don't separate them from their families. That's not what we do as Americans. And secondly, I took a look at some of the statistics to see how many people actually show up. And this is according to the U.S. Department of Justice Executive Office for Immigration Review. 92% of individuals who filed asylum claims attended the court hearings between fiscal years 2013 and 2017. Asylum seekers released from detention to pursue their claims attended immigration court hearings nearly 98.5% of the time. When they have a fair shot at a hearing, they show up. When they know it's not fair, they don't show up. So give them a fair shot. And lastly, I want to say, and I know you've talked quite a bit about it, I was against the JCPOA, and especially because of those sunset clauses. I remember President Clinton, who I respect very much, said when he was talking about North Korea, this agreement represents the first step on the road to a nuclear-free Korean peninsula. It does not rely on trust, 1994. Of course, they got the weapons. A large country, if they want to get the bomb, it's hard as hell to stop them. And that's why I'm very, very concerned with the issue, again, of Iran and us getting back into a deal with those sunset clauses.
And we had an opportunity to discuss them briefly before, and we're very focused on that. But what we do know is that on its own terms, the agreement when we were in it was working. It was cutting off Iran's pathway to producing fissile material for a bomb, and it had the most intrusive verification and monitoring system of any arms control agreement that we'd reached. And if we were to get back into it, it would have those same features.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank you. And last but not least, I recognize Representative Brad Schneider of Illinois for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary. First, congratulations, and second, thank you for your patience with us today. We've had a wide-ranging discussion today reflecting on the extraordinary breadth of the global challenges, but also the global opportunities that face you in your role and our nation. And I am grateful that you are in your position. I want to talk 3 things very briefly: Iran, the Abraham Accords and prospects for more normalization with countries in Israel, and climate change. With respect to Iran, I'm grateful for your position. I appreciate your position, your commitment to ensuring that Iran never is able to achieve a nuclear weapon. The United States government is not re-entering the JCPOA without first Iran getting into compliance and tough-minded diplomacy. But following up on what my colleagues have talked about already, can you touch on, with Iran not coming to the table for discussions, what are the steps to make sure Iran can't have a nuclear weapon?
Thank you. Right now, of course, the challenge is that Iran has moved out of compliance with a number of key features of the JCPOA, including enriching uranium to 20%, including using more advanced centrifuges, the IR2s, including increasing its stockpile of fissile material, all of which has cut the so-called breakout time down from past a year under the agreement to a matter of months, at least according to public reports. So we have real concerns about that. Iran is seeping out of the nuclear box that the agreement put it into, which is why I think we have an interest in getting Iran back into that box. But as I said, right now, the ball is in their court. Meanwhile, of course, we have sanctions that remain on the books and that are being implemented. And we are at least on the same page with our allies and partners by recommitting to diplomacy in ways that we haven't been in recent years, and that will make us more effective in applying pressure on Iran.
Right, and diplomacy is the only way to peacefully get Iran to give up their nuclear weapons. So I appreciate the commitment. But can I have your commitment that in addition to the deficiencies in the JCPOA, the work to ensure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, we're also going to work to address their ballistic missile program, their support for terrorism, their human rights, and then we'll work together on that. Thank you. One of the best ways to push back on Iran is to continue the progress of the Abraham Accords, the normalization of relations of Arab states with the state of Israel, working to achieve security for Israel and the region is critical. Do you see potential for additional progress made on normalization and agreements within the region?
I do. We want to build on the foundation that's been set, and that's something we're going to work on, and we hope that more countries will pursue the path of normalization with Israel.
Great. I have just a few seconds. We need more than seconds. We need years and decades to make sure we address climate change, but can I ask for your commitment? I know we have it, to address climate change and work together.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Secretary, let me thank you for all of your time today, for your willingness to stay, to let every member of this committee ask you a question. You're the first confirmed cabinet secretary to have come before the Congress, and we are so appreciative of the respect that shows for Congress as a co-equal branch of government. And I'm sure that you can see today that there's great interest from all of the members on both sides of the aisle to engage with you directly. Even you were gracious enough, as opposed to leaving, we had to reduce the time for some of the members, but they all got some questions in. So you know I can't let you leave without asking you to come back again at some time in the within the very near future. So I'm sure, I could tell from the way that you've answered these questions that you will be able to come back again sometime in the future.
Mr. Chairman, it's an honor and pleasure to be with you and to be with this committee and all its members. As they like to say, this is hello, not goodbye.
Well, we thank you for your insight. It's invaluable, and your expertise, which is clear. And I'll just say, you've also made it absolutely clear that America is back at the table, and so is American diplomacy, because you are the ultimate diplomat. And as the premier instrument of our foreign policy, diplomacy is how the United States will once again demonstrate leadership on the world stage, champion our values, and forge the coalitions necessary to address our shared global threats. One of this committee's most crucial responsibilities is ensuring that our diplomatic workforce, both civil and foreign service, have what they need to carry out the significant work that you do. To that end, I look forward to working with you and the administration to make sure that the State Department is organized and equipped for today's challenges, and that there is diversity in the ranks across all levels of the department, as you have assured us will happen. To all of my colleagues, if you can still hear me, if you haven't gone to vote yet, I want to thank you for joining this important conversation. And with that, this hearing is now adjourned.